Chapter 1191. While the candidates for the Saintess of Tsangdu were in an uproar, somewhere in the Celestial Fox tribal country was a fork in the road leading to Hu City. In a dense primeval forest, the branches and leaves were luxuriant, and each tree was dozens of meters tall. There were several figures in the trees, and they seemed to be waiting for something. They were the assassins who had killed several batches of Celestial Fox Saintesses this time. Gray Feather, we've already killed several batches of Celestial Fox Saintess candidates. I don't know why the young master suddenly gave such an order this time. The one who spoke was a masked woman. Her whole body was wrapped up tightly, and only a pair of pretty eyes could be seen. I think it has something to do with the rumors in the tribe earlier. The one who replied was tall and slender like a pine. He had a pair of gray eyes that were as fierce as an eagle's. You mean the marriage between the Celestial Fox tribe and us? Bah, how shameless. How can those bastards of the Celestial Fox tribe be worthy of our young master? The masked woman's eyes immediately changed when she heard that. The young master was young and handsome. Many unmarried girls in the tribe had a crush on him, including Yaoji. Now that the young master had come of age, many of them hoped that the young master would take a fancy to them. But at this time, there was a rumor in the tribe that the young master's fiancée would be the saintess of the Celestial Fox tribe. When the news first came out, the girls, including Yaoji, didn't believe it at all because they all heard that the young master hated the women of the Celestial Fox people very much. Especially after the disappearance of the previous saintess of the Celestial Fox people, who Linglong of the Celestial Fox people kept pestering the young master. The young master was so annoyed that he even announced to the public that he wouldn't marry a woman of the Celestial Fox people even if all the women in the world died. Even so, the young master grew up with the old master since he was a child, and he listens to the old master's words the most. I heard that the marriage between the two tribes was agreed upon by the previous chief of the Celestial Fox tribe. The gray-eyed man was also dissatisfied. In their minds, the young patriarch was a young genius and only the most talented woman was worthy of him. Among the Bakra orcs, only He Linlin of the Black Chelan tribe was barely worthy of their young patriarch. She was the Celestial Fox people's woman, so what if she was the saintess? It was common knowledge that Celestial Fox was a lesser beast. Even their saintess could not possibly be someone extraordinary. This kind of trash actually had the delusion of climbing up to their young patriarch. What a big joke. Then it's no wonder that the young clan head wants us to kill them halfway. I don't believe that they'll be able to choose a new saintess after killing all of their candidates, the masked woman said, her eyes flashing. Several gorgeous beast-drawn carriages appeared on the official road ahead. It seemed that they were the carriages used by the Celestial Fox people to escort the saintess candidates. They're coming. This time, it's your turn. Gray Feather closed his eyes to rest. Obviously, he did not think highly of the Celestial Fox people's team. The masked woman, Yaoji, suddenly swayed like a graceful phoenix and was about to attack. But at this moment, a group of masked men suddenly appeared on the official road ahead. The masked men were extremely vicious. In less than 15 minutes, the heavily guarded Celestial Fox tribe's convoy was killed. The gorgeously dressed Celestial Fox people's saintess candidates were pulled down from the beast-drawn carriages. Please, don't kill me. I'm from the Sun Mansion in Longdu. If you let me go, I can give you a lot of money, a charming Celestial Fox people's saintess candidate begged the assassins. These women who went to Hu City to participate in the selection of saintess were all outstanding in appearance and family background. The eyes of the assassins lit up, and they winked at him with malicious intent. Hee, as expected of a saintess candidate. Her appearance is really outstanding. Brothers, each of us has one. Let's have some fun. The assassins ignored the pleas of the saintess and dragged the Celestial Fox women aside. Half an hour later, after a few screams, the assassins left. The assassins swaggered away. On the official road, all the guards who were escorting the convoy had been killed. They died miserably. In the bushes, the Celestial Fox people's women were naked. Their faces were full of knife scars and they were unrecognizable. What a vicious method. There are people who want to kill the celestial fox people's women like us. Seeing this inhumane scene, even Grey Feather, who was usually not easily moved, could not help but be slightly moved. Yaoji was so angry that her beautiful eyes turned red. If she was not afraid of exposing her identity, she would really cut the assassins into pieces. Although they had killed many celestial fox people's women, they had never been like these people. As a woman, Yaoji could not help but hate these assassins. Killing people was not a big deal, but why did they have to disfigure and rape? This kind of behavior was outrageous. The person behind these assassins must have a blood feud with the celestial fox people. Otherwise, they would be so cruel. Judging from the skills and clothes of those people, they seem to be killers who specialize in assassination. I wonder who is behind them. Yaoji also felt very strange. Except for the young patriarch, who else hated the celestial fox people so much? Yaoji, don't meddle in other people's business, lest we expose our identity. There are only about 10 days left before the selection ceremony of the celestial fox people's saintess. Although those people are vicious, it may not be a bad thing for us. At least, it will save us a lot of trouble. 2 groups of people will get twice the result with half the effort, Grey Feather said coldly. Compared with Yaoji, Grey Feather was much calmer. Yes, I think that group of people will ambush in this area. In this case, it will save us a lot of effort. You and I can divide into 2 groups. I will be in charge of this official road, and you will be in charge of the one in the north. We will act according to the circumstances. After a discussion, Yaoji and Grey Feather decided to kill the candidates of the celestial fox people's saintess in the remaining 10 days. The smell of blood from the killings on the official road was still lingering. The selection of the celestial fox people's saintess in Sangdu was finally settled. These are the 3 candidates who will represent Sangdu in the selection of the celestial fox people's saintess. After several days and nights of strict selection, Hashir finally selected 3 women of the celestial fox people who were better than others in temperament, strength, and appearance among hundreds of candidates. 2 of them were mixed-blood celestial fox, and the other was a purebred celestial fox. These 3 people would set off in the next few days. They would be escorted all the way to Hu City by a special escort army. As for Yun Sheng, she would disguise herself as a military doctor as agreed with Hashir earlier. She would escort the 3 candidates of the saintess to Tsangdu. Chapter 1192. Before setting off, Yun Sheng encountered another problem, which was her appearance. Yun Sheng and Hu Sheng, the former saintess of the celestial fox people, looked very similar. Yun Sheng didn't cause too much trouble when she arrived at the 8 wastelands. That was because Yun Sheng had used the disguise spell at the beginning. Another reason was that although Hu Sheng was the former saintess of the celestial fox people, she rarely appeared in other cities because of her personality. Therefore, very few people in the Tianhu tribe knew the former saintess Hu Sheng. However, after Yun Sheng went to the celestial fox tribe, the situation would be different. Many people there would definitely recognize Hu Sheng. As for using the disguise spell, it was a little inappropriate. According to Crane, the celestial fox tribe had the most magus priests among all the tribal countries. Many of them could see through all kinds of disguise spells. Therefore, the disguise spell couldn't be used. Another problem was that Yun Sheng had little Yingying with her. Little Yingying was a 100% human. Just like the other celestial fox tribe's towns, the Hoodoo tribe prohibited humans and wild demon beasts from entering. Therefore, before leaving Sangdu for the Hoodoo tribe, Crane had prepared something for them. They were 2 sets of equipment for disguising as half-orcs. No one knew where Crane had found them. It was said that after putting them on, as long as they didn't pass a bloodline test, even a purebred celestial fox wouldn't be able to tell the difference between a half-orc and a human. After Yun Sheng and Little Yingying disguised themselves according to Crane's instructions, Yun Sheng and Little Yingying looked at each other's appearance and laughed out loud. Crane had prepared a set of white celestial fox ears and a set of fox tails for them, respectively. At this moment, both of them had fox ears on their heads that were enough to pass for real, and a large furry tail grew out of their backs. Yunxing couldn't help but admire the wisdom of the people of Ba Huang continent. Compared to this celestial fox costume, modern cosplay was simply too weak. Pop pop. My dear master, now you've really become a female fox. Baby sheep didn't need to disguise himself anymore. He glanced at Yunsheng and little Ying and laughed. It had to be said that Crane Sound had a good eye. He had prepared a set of snow-white fox beast-man equipment for his dear master. The pure white and fluffy fox tail made his master's temperament even more extraordinary. Little Ying was dressed in a pink-yellow fox costume. Her fluffy yellow ears made little Ying look very lively, just like a little fox. However, unlike little Ying, Master's celestial fox beast-man equipment didn't only have a tail and ears, but also a veil that could be used to cover the master's appearance. At the mention of fox, Yunxin couldn't help but think of Night Fox. Thinking about it, she and Night Fox had been separated for quite some time. According to their agreement, Yi Baiming would go to the beast god altar to be baptized. Once he regained his human form, he would come to the celestial fox tribe to meet up with Yunsheng. The celestial fox tribe's headquarters was Hu City. If he wanted to, he would have already gone to Hu City to look for her. However, how was she going to contact Yi Baiming in such a big Hu City? Master, Uncle Crane Sound is calling us out. He said that the 3 candidates for the Celestial Fox People's Saintess have arrived. Little Ying was also very fond of her fox costume. She touched and touched it left and right. At this moment, Crane Sound reminded them outside the door that it was time to set off. Yunsheng's identity this time was the female doctor who would set off with the team. As for Little Ying, she was Master's herb gatherer. After the 2 of them were ready, they left the city guard mansion. In the square of Tsangdu, Hu Yu and Crane Sound were sending off the 3 candidates for the Celestial Fox Saintess who would represent Tsangdu to Hu City. Because 2 batches of candidates had already been sent off, this was already the 3rd time. The citizens of Tsangdu were no longer as enthusiastic as the first time they sent off the candidates. Some people were even quietly discussing whether the saintess who would be sent off this time would be able to return alive. Yunsheng and Little Ying were the last to arrive due to their costumes. Hu Yu had already said his farewell words, and the 3 candidates had already boarded their respective beast carriages. Nearly 200 beastmen and beastmen soldiers were in charge of escorting the candidates this time. According to the nobility of their identities, the purebred celestial fox saintess with the noblest status would be in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd carriage respectively for the 2 mixed-blood celestial fox saintesses. As for Yunsheng and Little Ying's carriage, Yunsheng had already taken care of it. Crane Sound had arranged for the simplest and most inconspicuous beast carriage. After Yunsheng and Little Ying boarded the carriage, Crane Sound walked up and gave them a few more words of advice. Lord Crane Sound, you don't have to worry. Little Ying and I will definitely arrive at Hu City smoothly. Yunsheng was very grateful for Crane Sound's concern. As the carriages moved on, he watched the carriages leave before she returned to the mayor's mansion with a worried look on her face. About a day after Crane Sound returned to the city guard mansion, a messenger arrived at Sangdu. Lord Crane Sound, there's news from the direction of Hu City just now. It says that another batch of Saintess candidates have been killed. This time, they died more miserably than the previous ones. The 3 Saintess candidates, without exception, were disfigured and killed without exception. What? Which capital city's escort team is it? When did it happen? Crane Sound's expression changed drastically after hearing this. This method was even more brutal and inhumane than the previous few assassinations. Moreover, judging from the method, this new group of assassins who had appeared to kill the Saintess candidates were not the same group of assassins who had killed the Saintess candidates in Sangdu earlier. Why would another force suddenly appear at this juncture to assassinate the Saintess candidates? Or could it be that someone didn't want the celestial fox tribe to elect a new saintess? Who exactly was the other party? Even Crane Sound had no clue at this time. It's the saintess candidates sent by Langdu. The messenger had already rushed back, but he was still a step too late. The Tsangdu team had already set off. Langdu. Wasn't that the capital city that was on the same official road as Tsangdu? Crane Sound's heart was in turmoil. At this time, it might still be too late to chase Yun Sheng and the others back. Men, immediately send a message to catch up with the escort team and warn them to avoid the official road. Crane Sound quickly came up with an idea. It was the order of Hu City to escort the saintess into Hu City. If they chased the saintess candidates back, they would offend the group of elders in Hu City. Since that was the case, there was another way, which was to let Yun Sheng and the others avoid the official road. In this way, they might have a chance to survive. The letter was extremely urgent and was sent out that very night. Chapter 1193. On the official road, Yun Sheng soon received the message sent by Crane's men. After listening to the message, Yun Sheng's expression became solemn. Two forces are joining forces to kill. It seems like the escort this time is more complicated than I thought. To be safe, Yun Sheng immediately stopped the carriages and stopped the general of the guards. She asked the guards to change the route. The general of the guards who escorted the saintess candidate into Hu City was a wolf orc named Qian Lang. He was burly and his strength had reached the level of a martial sage. He was also famous for being a fierce general in Tsangdu. For Yun Sheng's safety, Crane personally selected him as the general. Although Qian Lang did not know Yun Sheng's identity and background, before he set off, Lord Crane had instructed him that if there were any disturbances on the road, he was to follow the orders of this Yun Sheng doctor. Needless to say, the general of the guards also knew that this Yun Sheng doctor was not an ordinary person. Although she was traveling with the army as a doctor, she must have other intentions. Yes, Lord. I'll change the route now. Qian Lang was respectful and immediately ordered the carriages to change direction. The carriages stopped moving forward and changed the route. However, before they could take a few steps, the beast carriage in front of them suddenly stopped, and an unruly voice sounded. A maidservant helped a celestial fox woman out of the first beast carriage. She was wearing a fiery red fox fur coat. This woman had a pair of charming big eyes. There was a special charm in her every movement, which could make people's hearts sway. She really did look like a vixen. However, Yun Sheng had seen Hu Linglong before. Compared to Hu Linglong, this celestial fox woman was slightly inferior. The celestial fox woman glanced at Yun Sheng from the corner of her eyes. She saw that she was just an orc and a doctor of unknown origin. Who said we're changing the route? Why don't we take the official road and take the side road? If we can't make it in time for the selection ceremony in Hu City, won't all our previous efforts be in vain? Yun Sheng had read all the information about the candidate celestial fox saintess selected by Hashur. The woman in front of him was called Hua Yenluo. She was the daughter of a concubine of the famous Hua family of the Tsangdu foxes. This woman was as beautiful as a rose. She had a fiery temper and always had her eyes on the top of her head. Although she was born in a prestigious family, because she was the daughter of a concubine, she had always been suppressed by her elder sister. With her status, she originally did not have the qualifications to participate in the saintess selection. However, during the third round, the legitimate daughter of the Hua family was unwilling to participate in the selection. She seized the opportunity and signed up for the saintess candidate selection. Only then did she succeed. After Hua Yenluo was selected, she found out that even Celestial Fox could participate in the selection of the saintess. Because of this, she had even complained. However, after that, she thought it through. It would be better if she was a mixed-blood celestial fox. In this way, her chances of being selected as the saintess would be greater. As the only purebred celestial fox in the team, Hua Yenluo naturally felt that her status was the most honorable. Along the way, she was arrogant and even asked for the best beast carriage. In order not to affect the progress of the team, Qian Lang did not disobey her. This made Hua Yanluo even more arrogant and domineering. She obviously regarded herself as the leader of the team. Just now, she was taking a nap in the carriage and felt drowsy. Suddenly, she saw the carriage suddenly change direction. When she asked what was going on, her maidservant actually told her that the military doctor requested to change lanes. Qian Lang Darren actually did it. She, Hua Yanluo, did not say anything, let alone a military doctor. Originally, there was no military doctor in the team of Saintess candidates. It was Lord Hashur who was meddlesome. He said that he was worried that there would be an accident on the road, so he arranged a doctor. Hua Yanluo also asked around. The military doctor was not Dr. Tsang Du. It was said that Lord Hashur brought her back after he went to Crescent Spring Town and discovered that she had excellent medical skills. How good could a military doctor who had not even led an official orc clinic be? She might have some shady relationship with Lord Hashur. That was why she became the military doctor in this team. Hua Yanluo immediately stopped the beast carriage and got down angrily. Miss Hua, please forgive us. Lord Hashur sent a letter saying that the official road is not safe and suggested that we take a small road. Although the small road is a little winding, it is hidden and safer. Moreover, I am very familiar with this area. I am 90% sure that we can reach Hu City on time and not delay your important matters. The general knew Hua Yanluo's temper and could only persuade her patiently. Where is Lord Hashur's letter? Unexpectedly, after Hua Yanluo heard it, she was still like a peacock and refused to give in. This. Lord Hashur sent a verbal message, not a letter. The general looked at Yunsheng awkwardly. The situation was urgent and Lord Hashur did not have time to write a letter. Moreover, Yunhua Yanluo also said that Lord Hashur sent a verbal message. In other words, this half-human military doctor said these words casually. Since there is no letter, it is very likely that she made it up. I think her origin is unknown. Perhaps she is a spy sent by other cities to deliberately isolate us. I said, don't turn, or else, I will not leave. Hua Yanluo looked rude and unreasonable. She really stood there and did not move. Qian Lang's face darkened. Yunsheng also looked indifferent. The team was in a deadlock on the official road. They did not move forward or backward. The commotion also alarmed the Saintess candidates in the other two beast carriages. Two women also got down from the second and third beast carriages. They were mixed-blood celestial fox women. Each of them had their own characteristics. A short-haired woman got down from the second carriage. She looked very shrewd. She was not like Hua Yanluo, who was gorgeously dressed. She was just dressed like a horse. When she got down from the carriage, there was no smile on the woman's face. She had a cold temperament and her eyes were like cold stars. She was a member of the Feng family in Sangdu. Her name was Feng Lian. A mixed-blood celestial fox woman also got down from the third carriage. Her face was like a full moon, and her beautiful eyes were dazzling. She looked very graceful and luxurious. Her name was Qin Yu. After the three women got down from the carriage, they stood together as if they were in a beauty contest. Each of them had a different style. In an instant, people were dazzled by them. Yunsheng looked at them and could not help but sigh. The celestial fox people were really beautiful. These three women were really comparable in terms of appearance. However, at a glance, the three of them were not easy to deal with. Sister Hua, who made you so angry? It was Qin Yu who spoke. She was tactful and good at dealing with people. Unfortunately, Hua Yanluo did not appreciate it. Who is your sister? We are the same age. You speak as if I am very old. Hua Yanluo could not stand such a pretentious woman like Qin Yu. She was angry at her again. Qin Yu's smile froze on her face. Chapter 1194. The sun was getting higher and higher, and the scorching sun made people's eyes hurt. On the official road, hundreds of people and dozens of beast carriages had been standing still. Ladies, I just got the news that another Saintess candidate was assassinated on the official road, and this time, the situation is very bad. For the sake of your innocence and safety, Lord Hisue sent a message and asked us to change the route. Miss Hua Yenluo is worried that we will delay the journey, so she is unwilling to change the route. Qian Lang could only tell them what had happened. Qin Yu's expression changed when she heard that another Saintess candidate had been killed, disfigured, and humiliated. In that case, let's change the route to avoid the assassin. She stole a glance at Feng Lian. After changing the route, it will be a rugged path, and even the beast carriages can't be used. We have to walk. If you want to go, I don't want to go. Hua Yenluo rolled her eyes at Qin Yu. When Qin Yu heard that they had to take the mountain path, her pretty face turned pale. She came from an ordinary family, and this time, she had spent a lot of money to prepare this outfit. If they took the mountain path, how could they meet people when they arrived at Hu City? Well, Feng Lian, you decide. Do you want to take the official road or the mountain path? Qin Yu was also smart. She looked at Hua Yenluo and Qian Lang's expressions, and knew that she could not offend either side, so she simply asked Feng Lian. Hua Yenluo snorted. She knew that Qin Yu was a fence-sitter. This woman was not a good person at first glance. Although Feng Lian was also a mixed-blood celestial fox, she was different from Qin Yu, who liked to please others. Along the way, she did not speak much and did not bring any maidservants. She was as cold as ice. But for some reason, Hua Yenluo did not dare to look down on her. So what if there's an assassin? Just kill him. Feng Lian only left behind a stiff sentence before returning to the beast carriage without looking back. Did you hear that? The three of us don't want to take the mountain path. Or, do you want to escort the empty carriage to Hu City? Hua Yenluo looked successful, and she lifted the corner of her clothes and got on the carriage. Since the two sisters have made the decision, I will follow them, Qin Yu said softly. Qian Lang was stumped. Should he obey Lady Crane Sound's order or not? If they did not listen, none of the three holy daughter candidates would be willing to leave. Then, he would not be able to report back to his superiors. Since everyone has already decided, I won't force you to do anything you want. However, Lord Qian Lang, you have to be extra vigilant along the way. Yun Sheng glanced meaningfully at Feng Lian's beast carriage. Just now, if he didn't see wrongly, when the assassin was mentioned, Feng Lian's body seemed to faintly emit a biting cold killing intent. Three women made a show, and all three of them were restless masters. It seemed that this journey would not be peaceful. Just like that, the beast carriage changed direction and went up the official road according to the original plan. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. It was a peaceful journey on the official road. The beast carriage was already halfway through its journey. Ladies, it's already an hour. There's a lake in front of us. We've already found a helmsman to lead us across the lake. Ladies, please get off the carriage first. There's a town after the lake. Tonight, we'll spend the night in the town. Qian Lang glanced at the wide lake. There were only a few merchant ships on the lake. There was nothing at all. It was not a good place to ambush an assassin. He breathed a sigh of relief and drove the beast carriages to several cargo ships. Several women, including Yun Sheng, boarded a relatively luxurious boat. After Yun Sheng boarded the boat, she secretly glanced around. She had already noticed that there were a few unfriendly auras on the boat. What was supposed to come still came. At this moment, the helmsman rowing the boat in front had a fierce look in his eyes. He suddenly jumped out and threw a punch at Qian Lang. The biting cold killing intent was like lightning, causing Qian Lang's heart to tremble. He suddenly took 2 steps forward, and with 2 popping sounds, his hands turned into wolf claws. Bang! The two of them punched each other across the air, and the whole boat shook. There are assassins protecting Yunhua Hospital's daughter and the three holy daughter candidates. As soon as Qian Lang finished speaking, the half-orc warriors on the boat had already spread out to protect the women. Beside them, Hua Yanluo and Qin Yu were so angry that their noses were almost crooked. Is there something wrong with Qian Lang's brain? How dare he say that he wants to protect Yunhua Hospital's daughter? How can that lowly half-orc female doctor be compared to us? I don't need your protection. Feng Lian's expression did not change, but a murderous look suddenly appeared in her eyes. She waved her sleeves, and a strong wind rolled toward the assassin closest to her. The air was instantly torn apart. The assassin didn't even have time to cry out before his heart was shattered by Feng Lian's palm and thrown out. I've been waiting for you. Tell me, are you the ones who killed the guards last time? Feng Lian's cold face was flushed red. Hee, you're strong and fierce. Little beauty, which time are you talking about? We've killed too many Celestial Fox's guards, so we can't remember. The helmsman wearing a bamboo hat simply took off his mask. He was a half-orc man with triangular eyes, and he looked extremely evil. There was a dark blue Lei Shan's mark on his forehead. When he saw the mark, Qian Lang's expression changed, and he cried out, Lei Mo Leon. Lei Mo Leon was a very famous assassin in the Eight Wastelands. He was a half-orc from the Thunder Rock tribe. Because he was bloodthirsty and lustful, he raped many women in his tribe and was hunted down by his tribe. However, because he was proficient in super thunder magic, he used magic to escape many times. Over the years, he gathered a group of traders from various tribes on the mainland and became an assassin. Hee, you're Qian Lang, right? You have good eyesight. Since you recognize me, I'll leave your corpse intact later. Lei Mo Leon had ambushed many people from the Celestial Fox tribe on the way and killed many of them. The women from the Celestial Fox tribe were the most beautiful among the few major tribes, so Lei Mo Leon had ruthlessly ravaged them many times. This time, he encountered the group escorting the Saintess candidate from Cangdu. He followed them all the way to the waterway and secretly attacked. He didn't expect Qian Lang to be an expert. Even Feng Lian, one of the Saintess candidates, was not weak. After seeing Lei Mo Leon's perverted face, Hua Yanluo and Qin Yu felt so regretful that their intestines turned green. If they had known this would happen, they would have taken the mountain path. It would have been better than meeting such a troublesome Lei Mo Leon. Only Feng Lian's face was filled with hatred. I don't care who you are. I only know that you killed my elder brother, and I want to avenge him. Feng Lian came to the Saintess election this time mainly for revenge. Her elder brother, Feng Wei, was the general in charge of escorting the second batch of Saintess candidates to Hu City. He and the 100 soldiers under his command never returned. Ha, how arrogant! I'll show you the true strength of Lei Mo Leon. The helmsman wearing a bamboo hat laughed eerily. He and a few of his subordinates suddenly turned around and jumped out of the boat. Chapter 1195. Layman Lei Mo and his men suddenly abandoned the ship and left. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone on the ship. Ying, no matter what happens later, hold on tight to master. Yun Sheng, who had been watching coldly from the side, carried Ying. At this moment, the ship began to shake violently. They heard a terrifying beast roar, and a ferocious-looking magic chalk man crocodile emerged from the bottom of the ship. Oh no, there's a wizard summoner in this group. Everyone, jump off the ship and leave immediately. It was only at this moment that Qian Lang realized that the thunderous demon scholar and the others were clearly planning to exterminate them. They must have seen that Cangdu had a large escort team this time, so they deliberately delayed until they reached the waterway. They ambushed the magic crocodile underwater and set up an inescapable trap before they took action. Most of the Cangdu guards were not good at swimming. Their strength would undoubtedly be greatly reduced on the water. Moreover, Qian Lang had divided the soldiers into several groups to cross the lake. At this moment, there were only 50 soldiers on the ship. The waterway was 10,000 times more dangerous than the land route. The chalk man crocodile was a few meters long. It had ugly grayish-green skin with rock-like barbs on it. As soon as it emerged from the water, it swung its stiff tail toward the bow of the ship. The beams on the ship were instantly sent flying. Countless wood shavings fell to the ground. A few Saintess candidates exclaimed. With the help of their maids, they jumped out of the ship. Qian Lang ordered the soldiers to retreat while he searched for Yunhua's whereabouts. Until now, he still remembered Lady Hasue's instructions. However, when he looked around, Yunhua's figure was nowhere to be seen. Even Yunhua's herb gatherer was nowhere to be seen. Roar! There was another terrifying roar. A few Tsangdu soldiers were bitten by the chalk man crocodile. Blood immediately flowed, and corpses floated on the surface of the lake. Feng Lian dashed out of the cabin alone. She glanced at the lake and did not see Layman Lei Mo's figure. She clenched her fist, an array of white combat energy formed a combat energy sword. Feng Lian's strength was much stronger than what was shown in her previous information. Turning her duki into a sword meant that she was at the peak of the martial sage realm. Judging from her age, if she did not have a special encounter, then she must be extremely talented. Feng Lian's strength increased by a few notches as soon as the battle chi sword appeared. With a tap of her foot, a ripple appeared on the surface of the water. He became one with his sword, and like a speeding arrow, he pierced towards the chalk man crocodile with its bloody mouth wide open. This sword was fast and ruthless, and it was mixed with biting cold do chi. The sword pierced the mouth of the chalk man crocodile, and a stream of foul blood spurted out from Lu Ai's mouth. Instantly, a foul stench filled the air. Just as Feng Lian's attack succeeded, she suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Miss Feng Lian, be careful. Qian Lang appeared just in time and pushed Feng Lian forward. A bolt of lightning as thick as an arm exploded on the surface of the water. In the sky, Layman Thunder Fiend and a wizard summoner stood in the air. The wizard summoner was obviously the master of the magic crocodile. Seeing that the magic crocodile was injured, he shouted in anger. Little beauty, you really don't show off. You're the strongest celestial fox saintess I've ever seen. However, this is as far as you go. Layman Thunder Fiend sneered. He waved his hand, and lightning crackled in his palm. There were a few more people beside him. Qin Yu and Hua Yen Luo were tied up by several lightning nets. Layman Thunder Fiend had already caught them. It turned out that in the chaos just now, the remaining two Celestial Fox Saintess candidates only knew that they had to escape. They ignored Qian Lang's orders and jumped into the water. Not long after, they were caught by Layman Thunder Fiend's subordinates. Out of the 3 Saintess candidates, 2 were captured. Qian Lang and Feng Lian had no choice but to stop. Layman Thunder Fiend, Tsangdu has no enmity with you. Why do you have to make things difficult for us? Qian Lang could only brace himself and haggle with Layman Thunder Fiend. Since I've been paid, I'll take care of them. I've already promised my employer. I pity these 2 delicate beauties. Originally, I wanted to enjoy them for myself. After saying that, Layman Thunder Fiend glanced at Hua Yen Luo and Qin Yu vulgarly. Their faces turned pale with fright. Layman Thunder Fiend, fight me if you dare. Feng Lian was unwilling to be outdone. Today, even if she had to risk her life, she would fight Layman Thunder Fiend to avenge her brother. Hee, little girl, I remember now. I didn't kill Tsangdu's celestial fox guards. There's another group of people lying in ambush on this road. Your brother should have been killed by her. Let me give you a piece of advice. Give up. That person's strength is comparable to mine. Layman Thunder Fiend glanced at Feng Lian's pretty face with bloodshot eyes. He wasn't a good person, but he didn't want to be the scapegoat of others. He had killed several groups of Saintess candidates from other cities, but this was the first time he encountered a group from Tsangdu. If one comes, I'll kill one. If two come, I'll kill both. Today, I'll take your life first. Feng Lian snorted coldly. Her figure flashed, and she was already closing in on Layman Thunder Fiend. The battle chi sword in his hand let out a long hum and left his hand. Boom! After the battle chi sword left his hand, it charged toward Layman Thunder Fiend's heart. Accompanied by a terrifying explosion, a wave of water wolves rolled on the surface of the lake. Everyone only heard a ringing sound in their ears. Layman Thunder Fiend's chest was pierced by the battle chi sword. He quickly retreated and almost fell from the sky. At this moment, Qin Yu and Hua Yen Luo, who were originally caught by Layman Thunder Fiend, had a change of expression in their beautiful eyes. They took out their magic weapons almost at the same time. A dagger and a scimitar nimbly pierced through the magic lightning net and nailed Layman Thunder Fiend's chest. Qian Lang let out an explosive roar and charged forward. With a single palm strike, he shattered Layman Thunder Fiend's chest. The thunderous demon scholar was attacked from 3 sides. He swallowed his last breath and couldn't get up again. He fell from the sky. The moment Layman Thunder Fiend died, the situation instantly changed. When the wizard summoner saw that the situation was not right, he immediately summoned the magic crocodile and escaped. Corpses of soldiers and broken ships could be seen everywhere on the surface of the lake. Qin Yu and Hua Yen Luo only felt a lingering fear after they ambushed Layman Thunder Fiend. Only Feng Lian still had a cold expression on her face. She glanced at Hua Yen Luo and Qin Yu. These two women's actions had shocked her. However, since they were candidates to become Celestial Fox's saintess, their intelligence was naturally not inferior to their looks. Everyone, retreat to the shore immediately. Yunhua Hospital's missing. Quickly search for her. Qian Lang saw that they killed Layman Thunder Fiend but did not find any trace of Yun Sheng. He could not help but feel a little anxious. Chapter 1196. Everyone from Tsangdu went ashore. Both of you, your skills are not bad, and both of you have Dharma artifacts to protect yourself. Why were you so easily caught by Layman Lamo? Once they were ashore, Feng Lian said to Hua Yen Luo and Qin Yu with a sullen face. If these two troublesome women had not fallen into Layman Lamo's hands, Feng Lian would not have been forced to detonate her fighting aura sword. Her fighting aura sword was a holy grade magic Dharma artifact. She had been hiding it on her body and did not use it. Her original intention was to use it when she was in danger or at the last moment of the saintess selection after arriving in Hu City. This time, she was forced to use it to save the two women. The fighting aura sword was detonated and the Dharma artifact was damaged. She could not use it again. Not to mention other things, after arriving in Hu City, she would definitely be at a disadvantage in the saintess selection. Hey, Feng Lian, what are you talking about? You make it sound as if we deliberately hid our strength and wasted your strength before attacking in the end. Hua Yen Luo refused to admit it. Big Sister Feng, you must have misunderstood. This is the first time Big Sister Hua and I are facing an enemy. Just now, we were scared out of our wits. In the end, we remembered that we still have the magic tools that our parents gave us. Qin Yu also looked pitiful. Are you pretending or are you scared? You know very well. Feng Lian's face darkened. Although Layman Lamo's men had retreated, Feng Lian still felt uneasy. Layman Lamo had just said that he did not kill the two escorts from Tsangdu. He also said that there was another group of people who were the real murderers of her brother. Although Layman Lamo was an evil person, there was no need for him to use such words to brush her off. If what he said was true, there might be another group of people nearby. Her Dharma artifact was already damaged. If she encountered a more powerful opponent later, she was afraid that, alright, Holy Maiden candidates, let's not argue anymore. This general has already counted the casualties and searched for the whereabouts of the other missing people. Qian Lang couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the three women. He could only send them away and rest at the side. After counting the number of people, they found that Layman Lay Mo's sneak attack had caused at least 70 to 80 casualties. But the silver lining was that at least the 3 Saintess candidates were safe and sound. The more Qian Lang thought about it, the more scared he felt. This time, if it weren't for the 3 women's quick wits and Feng Lian suddenly using a surprise attack at the last moment to heavily injure Layman Thunderfiend, the guards would have suffered even more casualties. Right now, what he was most worried about was that the female doctor from Yunhua Hospital was nowhere to be seen. "Sir, we've searched everywhere, but there's no sign of Yunhua Hospital's daughter. However, we've found Yunhua Hospital's herb gatherer boy. She's unconscious on a boat board by the shore. She doesn't seem to be injured." After the soldiers searched, they brought Ying back. "Send more people to search the water. If they're alive, I want to see them. If they're dead, I want to see their corpses." Qian Lang was also annoyed. It was all the fault of these Saintess candidates for insisting on taking the official road. If they had taken the mountain road, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Now, the woman from Yunhua Hospital was nowhere to be seen. "Sir Qian Lang, she's just an orc female doctor. If she's dead, so be it. It's not a big deal." Hua Yen Luo let her maidservant clean up for her, and she looked displeased. Why should a mere female doctor make them wait by the shore? After experiencing the accident just now, everyone was shocked and hungry. Right now, they only wanted to find a place to rest and eat. "Sir Qian Lang, Sister Hua is right. I think that female doctor is timid. When she was running away just now, she was rambling on by the side. She said that if she saw the enemy, she should beg for mercy and should never fight back. I think she ran away a long time ago." Qin Yu also added fuel to the fire. When the ship was in a panic just now, Hua Yen Luo and Qin Yu were about to jump off the ship, and they heard what the female doctor from Yunhua Hospital said. Both of them were smart people. When they heard what the female doctor from Yunhua Hospital said, they had an idea in their hearts. Hence, although the 2 of them were strong enough to fight against Layman Thunderfiend's subordinates, they did not fight him head-on. Instead, they pretended to be captured by Layman Thunderfiend. After the 2 of them were captured, they took advantage of the opportunity. After Feng Lian attacked, the 2 of them used their artifacts at the same time. Only then did they succeed in their surprise attack. Of course, the 2 of them were secretly feeling lucky for their little cleverness. No one would have thought that it was the words of the female doctor with the surname Yun that enlightened them. As they could not find the whereabouts of the female doctor from Yunhua Hospital, Qian Lang could only order someone to wake little Ying up first. Ying closed her eyes tightly. After a while, she woke up. She opened her eyes and saw Qian Lang's anxious face. "Ying, where's your master?" "Master. Master seems to have escaped to the other side of the lake. She said that when it's safe, she will come and look for me." Little Ying pursed her lips. She looked as if she was about to cry at any moment. "I told you that the woman ran away. Look, she even abandoned her herb gatherer. Why did you save such a person?" Hua Yen Luo scolded by the side. Feng Lian narrowed her eyes and looked at the other side of the lake. On the other side of the lake was a vast forest. It was almost dusk. At this time, if they forced their way across the lake, even if they reached the other side, it would already be dark. It was undoubtedly very disadvantageous to search for people at this time. Moreover, the forest was vast. They did not know if there were ferocious demonic beasts in it. Qian Lang pondered for a moment. Then, he looked at Hua Yen Luo and Qin Yu, who kept complaining. He could only frown and ordered them to set up camp by the river. They would cross the lake to look for people at dawn. "Master, I did as you said. You have to come back soon." Little Ying looked at the other side of the lake and stuck out her tongue. On the other side of the lake, there were layers of green and dense forest. Yaoji and a few of her clansmen were standing in the forest. They all saw the chaotic battle on the other side of the lake. I didn't expect Layman Lay Mo to be killed. Yaoji was surprised. She and Layman Lay Mo's group lurked in this area. Because of Layman Lay Mo and his group, she did not have to do much. In the past few days, most of the candidates for the Saintess of Celestial Fox who passed by this area were killed. Only this group of guards from Tsangdu were lucky enough to survive. However, after going through such a chaotic battle, the few experts in the opposing team are already physically and mentally exhausted. You are unlucky to have met me, Yaoji. I'm not a scum like Layman Lay Mo, Yaoji said in a crisp voice. Huh, is that so? That's not necessarily true. An abrupt voice suddenly broke into Yaoji's ears. She trembled and looked in front of her in disbelief. She saw a woman leaning lazily on a spruce pine a few feet away. A pink demonic goat was squatting on the woman's shoulder. That person was the same. At this moment, she was looking at Yaoji calmly. Chapter 1197. Needless to say, the woman and the beast who suddenly appeared in the forest were the woman from Yunhua Hospital and her demonic beast, Baby Sheep, who were rumored to have run away. Just now, Tsangdu's people and Layman Lay Mo's people were fighting fiercely on the lake. Yunsheng brought little Yingying to the shore and found a beach with good scenery to watch. When she watched, Yunsheng found that Feng Lian's bravery surprised her. As she expected, Hua Yanluo and Qin Yu were also captured successfully. As she had expected, the three candidates for the Saintess of Celestial Fox in Tsangdu were not easy to deal with. With these women around, the thunderous demon scholar would most likely not be able to return alive. It was also at that time that Yunsheng's eyelids twitched. She found that in the forest on the opposite shore not far from the lake, there were a few people who were paying close attention to the movements on the lake. Yunsheng had already learned from Crane Sound that there were a total of 2 groups of people who attacked the candidates for the Saintess of Celestial Fox in a pincer attack. It seemed that the other group of people was hiding in the forest. Without hesitation, Yunsheng immediately found a safe place and asked little Yingying to stay. She also told her that she had something to do first and would be back early the next morning. After saying that, Yunsheng and Popping Sheep fused together and rushed toward the opposite side. The woman who just appeared, like Yaoji, was wearing a veil. Although her face could not be seen clearly, under the veil, the woman's black eyes were unusually bright. Under the thin veil, a beautiful outline could be vaguely seen. It was not difficult to imagine that this woman must be beautiful. However, unlike Yaoji, who was dressed in a sneaking suit, the woman was wearing a loose white robe. The wind blew, outlining the woman's beautiful figure. There was also a faint fragrance of herbs on her body. As for the demonic beast on her shoulder, it was even more strange. It looked like a sheep, but it had a pair of strange fleshy wings. Most importantly, since when did the man and the beast appear here? Yaoji's beautiful eyes sharpened. Who are you? This forest had been occupied by Yaoji and the others. In the past few days, even a bird would be immediately detected, let alone a human being. However, when this woman and the magical beast on her shoulder entered, no one noticed them. The Tsangdutian Fox tribe's people were just opposite. At this time, she didn't want to alert them. Hey, this woman, how can she be so rude? My dear master said that before asking for someone's name, you must first introduce yourself. If you don't even know this, you're simply too weak. Who would have thought that before the woman opened her mouth, the sheep on her shoulder had already rattled off a bunch of things? A magical beast that could speak. Where did this beast come from? Who said I'm weak? I'm Jiao. Provoked by the kiss, Yaoji almost blurted out her name without thinking. Fortunately, she suddenly remembered that she was here to be an assassin. She bit her tongue hard and swallowed back the words she was about to spit out. Nonsense, have you ever seen an assassin introduce herself? This forest has been occupied by us. If you want to die, get out, Yaoji said angrily. Moi, my dearest master, so this is what an assassin looks like. The 2 groups of people in Tsangdu were killed by them. The sheep's eyes lit up as if it had caught the murderer. You're from Tsangdu. Are you also a woman who will participate in the selection of celestial fox saintess? Yaoji really wanted to strangle the sheep. Where did this talkative demonic beast come from? What did he mean by assassins look like this? For some reason, Yaoji had an instinctive sense of repulsion when facing this woman whose face she couldn't even see clearly. It seemed that this woman made her feel a strong sense of danger subconsciously. You flatter me. I'm just a medical girl who follows the army, not a candidate for celestial fox saintess. Yunxing shrugged. Medical girl? Since you're a medical girl, why don't you follow the guards but come here? Yaoji didn't believe her. Nowadays, even a medical girl could carry a demonic beast that could speak human language. Moreover, where did this medical girl come from? Her skills were so strange that she could get close to this forest without being noticed. What are you talking about? This forest is the territory of the Celestial Fox tribal country. No one will object to me coming here to dig some herbs, right? Yunxing spread her hands. Her teasing tone irritated Yaoji. Yaoji winked at her. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Around Yunsheng, Yaoji's assassins quickly surrounded Yunsheng and the sheep. The light in Yunsheng's eyes suddenly turned colder. Before you ask me why I came to this forest, you should tell me why the people of the Nine Phoenix tribe want to kill the candidates for saintess. Yunsheng's words fell on the ears of Yaoji and those assassins like a clap of thunder. This woman had actually exposed their identities without even making a move. Who the hell are you? What Nine Phoenix tribe? I don't know what you're talking about. Beside Yaoji, there was a faint fluctuation of fighting qi. Her beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent. Yaoji was indeed a member of the Nine Phoenix tribe. She and those assassins behind her were all purebred members of the Nine Phoenix tribe. They didn't give themselves away in the assassination for several days. How on earth did this woman find out their identities? There's no need to quibble. All the birds in the forest are silent. Only the people of the Nine tribe, the king of all birds, have such a brilliant ability to control birds. When Yunxing entered the forest, he had already discovered that all the birds here were already under someone's control. Combined with the extraordinarily sharp skills of Yaoji's assassins and their ability to shuttle freely in the air, the identity of the Nine Phoenix tribe was obvious. Around dusk, flocks of water birds were flying towards the forest on the lake. This 1 hour was the time of the day when all the birds returned to their nests. However, there was a big battle in the forest, which could break out at any time. On the tallest trees in the forest, Yaoji and Yunsheng were still confronting each other. Yaoji, whose identity was found out, giggled. She took off her veil and showed a face that was unforgettable. Although the Celestial Fox tribe is weak, there are still some people with good eyesight. Well, since my identity has been found out, I won't hide it anymore. Yes, we are indeed from the Nine Phoenix tribe. As for why we want to kill the candidate for saintess of the Celestial Fox tribe, you'd better ask the god of the underworld after you die. Yaoji said and suddenly opened her arms. Her figure strangely appeared in front of Yunsheng. One could only hear a roaring thunder explosion. There was already an additional Do Qi ball in her hand. The Do Qi ball's power was no small matter. Boom! There was a deafening sound as two figures collided on the tree. Chapter 1198. Yaoji didn't want to kill Yunsheng at first. After all, Yunsheng wasn't a bloodthirsty tribe like the Blue Hell Wolf tribe. Her target this time was only the Celestial Fox Saintess candidate. She killed the guards of the Celestial Fox tribe several times before because she didn't want her identity to be exposed. However, this woman, who claimed to be the military doctor, recklessly saw through their identities. In this case, this woman couldn't be left alive. Since Yaoji wanted to kill her, she used a killing move as soon as she attacked. However, to Yaoji's surprise, the Celestial Fox people's military doctor who was in front of her didn't dodge when she attacked. Sizzle, a strange sound was heard. A magic thunder ball with a strong thunderstorm power was formed in the hands of the military doctor. Yunxing's strength was several times stronger than before. She was the first to comprehend the profound magic. When she used the profound thunder vortex, she almost used up all her magic power. However, she was familiar with it today. In a flash, the profound thunder vortex was formed. Under the veil, a mischievous look flashed through the woman's black eyes, which seemed to be able to devour everything. How could it be? The other party could also. Before Yaoji could react, the fighting balloon and the profound thunder vortex collided. The strong impact made the people around retreat quickly like the ebbing tide and land on the trees nearby. It was as if a hurricane had passed through the place where the two women had landed earlier. Dozens of trees collapsed with a loud rumble. Many trees were cut in half, and the ground was covered with broken branches and leaves. Hiss, someone sucked in a breath of cold air. Yaoji was a purebred 9-1. She had a noble status and was an outstanding master among the younger generation. Her fighting balloon couldn't be easily blocked by anyone. Moreover, the other party was only a celestial fox people, and the woman was just a military doctor. When did a military doctor become so powerful? Yaoji's face was as cold as ice. Such a big movement must have alerted the people of the celestial fox tribe. It was impossible to launch a sneak attack. Yunxing furrowed her brows. The 9-1 clan was indeed worthy of being one of the 9-1 beast clans. This girl was extremely strong. Your strength is not bad, but it's a pity that this is as far as you can go. I'll let you and that group of toads who want to eat swan meat disappear here forever. Yaoji's face darkened. Since they had already alerted the other party, they had to end the battle quickly. She suddenly let out a cry that sounded like the cry of a wan bird. In the sky, countless flocks of birds flocked towards the forest. An ancient aura that made one's heart tremble appeared in the sky above the forest. Above the forest, all kinds of birds appeared. Among those birds, there were goshawks, sparrows, and many other birds that Yunxing couldn't even name. Could it be that Lady Yaoji is going to use that terrifying forbidden technique? The assassins of the 9-1 tribe looked towards the sky. This was a technique that would destroy both jade and common stone. Toads want to eat swan meat? Yunxing raised her eyes and looked at the sky. She was still thinking about the specific meaning of Yaoji's words. In the sky, hundreds of birds returned to their nests and gathered together to form a wan bird the size of an empty boat. This was the first time that Yunxing had seen such a special forbidden technique. After coming to the 8 Wastelands continent, Yunxing had thought that with her strength as a lord of magic, she could travel unimpeded in the 8 Wastelands continent. However, based on what she had seen and heard over the past few days, Yunxing realized that she was gravely mistaken. The strength of the Bakra orcs was far stronger than she had imagined. Last time, when she fought against a celestial fox mixed blood fox, she had seen the strange fox venerable descending. This time, when she fought against the female assassin of the 9-1 tribe, it was the same. This flaming wand was undoubtedly much stronger than the half-baked fox venerable. My dear master, that's the ancient forbidden technique of the 9-1 tribe, assemble. Flame Bath Wand, this big fellow's strength is not to be underestimated. It can spit out countless flames, and everything within a radius of 10 miles will be turned to ashes by it. Popping Sheep looked at the huge Yuan in the sky and nervously said. He still wanted to live. He didn't want to be roasted into a lamb by this big turkey. TSK, what a crazy woman. It's just a fight. Does she have to fight so hard? It's like I stole her man. Yunxing spat. As soon as the flaming Yuan appeared, Yunxing felt a terrifying ancient pressure. The surrounding temperature suddenly rose. She could even smell the burning smell of her foxtail behind her. It seemed that baby sheep was right. The flaming wand above her head was very powerful. In terms of strength, this flaming wand was already a demigod-level existence. Looking at the other side of the lake, the sudden appearance of the Flaming One alerted the Celestial Fox tribe members who were resting in the camp. The 3 Saintess candidates, as well as Qian Lang and the others, all gathered around the lake. That's the 9-1 tribe's forbidden technique. Why would the people of the 9-1 tribe suddenly appear here? Qian Lang frowned. The 9-1 tribe was a superior beast tribe. The 2 tribe leaders had a very good relationship in their early years. However, even if they had a good relationship, the people of the 9-1 tribe had rashly intruded into the territory of the Celestial Fox tribe without any notice. Moreover, there had been a few recent occurrences of the Celestial Fox Saintess candidates being assassinated. Qian Lang couldn't help but feel nervous. The terrifying aura coming from the forest on the other side indicated that there was a fierce battle going on there. At this moment, Qian Lang and the 3 Celestial Fox Saintess candidates didn't dare to rashly approach that terrifying forest. After Yaoji summoned the Flaming Wand, her figure flashed and grew dozens of feet tall. She stood on the back of the Flaming Wand. After using the forbidden technique, her temperament was completely different. On the back of the Flaming Wand, her sharp eyes fell on Yun Sheng like 2 bolts of lightning. Yun Sheng's cheeks were also red because of the flames. She stuck out her tongue and licked her dry lips. Due to the appearance of the Flaming Wand, the forest had turned into a sea of fire. Ka, Yaoji's eyes turned sharp. The Flaming Wand under her screeched and spewed out a fierce flame. The flame burned fiercely. As soon as it touched the trees, the dozens of meters tall trees suddenly turned into a sea of fire. Yun Sheng was forced to retreat in the forest like a locust. She was in a difficult situation. Tut, it's really miserable to be forced to this point. Yun Sheng spat and looked at her fox tail, which was burned in a large part. Flaming Wand, right? Then I'll show you my power. Yun Sheng sneered. The Shinong medical bracelet on her hand glowed with blue light. Chapter 1199. In the sky above the forest, the terrifying fiery wand was like the god of fire descending to the world. Flames instantly ignited the whole forest. The fire was so powerful that when it fell on the lake, even the water was evaporated. After dodging several times, the female doctor of the Celestial Fox people was completely submerged in the sea of fire. The rest of you, immediately kill the people of the Celestial Fox tribe. Leave no one alive. Yaoji stared into the sea of fire and glanced back and forth. After confirming that Yun Sheng's figure was not found, she was relieved. The fire of the fiery wand was so big that even the hardest rock could be burned into powder, not to mention that the other party was just a magician with a mortal body. The female doctor of the Celestial Fox people was doomed. Just as Yaoji was about to continue killing the other people of the Celestial Fox tribe, her heart suddenly sank. In the forest, a green light pierced through the sea of fire. Something came out of the sea of fire. A terrifying beast roar that seemed to come from ancient times reverberated in the raging forest. An incomparably fierce ancient aura rushed out of the sea of fire and went straight to the sky. That's... Yaoji's eyes suddenly widened a little. A beast shadow that was as majestic as a mountain came out of the ground. The terrifying fluctuation that shocked people's minds made Yaoji and all the people of the 9-1 tribe present feel their souls tremble involuntarily. A green demonic beast of the void pierced through the sea of fire and stood in the air. Its snake-like body was covered with green scales. Under its sharp 9 claws, there was a faint thunderstorm power. Its awe-inspiring eyes were filled with a terrifying majesty that looked down on the world. There was a person standing on the back of the azure dragon. The person wore a veil, and there was a pair of fox ears on the top of her head. Behind her was a fox tail that had been burned a lot of fur. The azure dragon totem was a divine beast that was even stronger than a demigod beast. When Yun Sheng was in Grand Emperor City, she had obtained the help of the azure dragon, white tiger, and vermilion bird of the 4 great divine beasts. The 3 divine beasts had promised that as long as Yunsheng could save the 4 divine beasts and return them to the path of the gods, they would give Yunsheng a chance to summon them. Yunsheng inlaid the totem emperor jades of the 3 mythological beasts into the Shinong medical bracelet. Last time, in the Penglai Sea, she had used the vermilion bird totem. This time, she had another chance to use the azure dragon totem. After witnessing the divine might of the flaming wand, Yunsheng already knew that only the azure dragon of the water element could compete with the flaming wand. That was why she had summoned her azure dragon totem in the sea of flames without hesitation. Dragon! It's a dragon! Yaoji and the flaming wand under her were shocked at the same time. The dragon tribe was the natural king among the demonic beasts. Even though there was no real dragon tribe among the Bakra orcs, the Black Chilan tribe, which was a branch of the dragon tribe, was also part of the dragon tribe. The Black Chilan tribe's strength was well known among the Bakra orcs. But the one in front of them was clearly a real divine beast of the dragon tribe. As soon as the azure dragon appeared, the world suddenly lost its color. The azure dragon totem let out a roar that pierced through the clouds. Countless dark clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. It began to rain heavily. Damn it, where did this woman come from? The flaming wand under Yaoji had been frightened the moment it saw the azure dragon totem. It showed signs of collapsing. Yaoji, what's going on? The moment the azure dragon appeared, a vigorous eagle descended from the sky and turned into a human figure. It was Grey Feather, who had split up with Yaoji to kill the celestial fox Saintess candidate earlier. Grey Feather had been on another official road to kill the celestial fox people Saintess candidate. But at this time, he suddenly received a handwritten order from the old patriarch. It turned out that the old patriarch had somehow found out that the young patriarch had secretly ordered someone to kill the celestial fox Saintess candidate. Because of this, the old patriarch was infuriated and severely punished the young patriarch. The old patriarch also ordered Yaoji and the others to return at once. Grey Feather had no choice but to rush to meet Yaoji at once. But halfway there, he saw a raging sea of fire in front of him. It was obvious that Yaoji had used a forbidden skill to summon the flaming wand. Grey Feather was confused. He knew that this matter had become serious, so he quickly turned into a beast and rushed over. But when he arrived at the forest, a terrible pressure of a divine beast rushed out between heaven and earth. A terrible azure dragon and the flaming wand stood in the air. We must retreat quickly. Otherwise, when the celestial fox people ask about it, I'm afraid they will trace it back to the young patriarch. Grey Feather rushed to Yaoji's side. He looked up and saw a person standing on the azure dragon's back. Yaoji's pink face was full of anger. She glared at Yunsheng. Ha, it seems that we can't fight. I'll leave the mess to you. Yunsheng looked down and found that most of the fire in the forest had been extinguished. Not far away, Qian Lang and Feng Lian were rushing over with several people of the celestial fox people. At this time, she couldn't stay for long. If she was found out, it wouldn't be fun. Yunsheng's figure disappeared. The azure dragon flew to the other side of the sky, leaving behind Yaoji and Grey Feather, who looked terrible. You too, are you from the Nine Wan tribe? Qian Lang had arrived at the forest. He saw the 2 people in the sky, and his face was full of fear. Although Qian Lang and others were far away from the fierce fight just now, they clearly saw the scene of the azure dragon and the flaming wand on the verge of breaking out. After Feng Lian arrived, she also stared at Yaoji with an unfriendly face. Yaoji's appearance in night clothes reminded Feng Lian of the other group of assassins mentioned by Layman Laymo earlier. You must be from the celestial fox people. I'm Grey Feather. This is Yaoji. We are all subordinates of the young patriarch of the Nine Wan tribe. Under the young patriarch's order, we are chasing a criminal. It just so happened that I passed by here tonight and fought with that criminal. Unfortunately, that criminal was very cunning and actually used a forbidden technique to summon an evil dragon. Grey Feather's face was calm. In just a few words, he had completely reversed right and wrong. I see. No wonder the two of you are here. Since the criminal has escaped, it's better for the two of you to leave as soon as possible. This area is not peaceful. During the day, we just defeated a group of assassins who wanted to assassinate the Celestial Fox Saintess candidate. Qian Lang did not suspect anything. After all, the young patriarch of the 9-1 tribe had a noble status. It was impossible for him to be the mastermind behind the assassination of the Celestial Fox Saintess candidate. Excuse me, is there a female doctor in your troop this time? What's her background? Yaoji suddenly asked. Miss Yaoji, are you asking about Yunhua Hospital? Yes, we do have an orc female doctor in our troop this time. However, we were ambushed by layman Lei Mo during the day and got separated on the waterway. I'm also looking for the whereabouts of Yunhua Hospital. When he heard about Yun Sheng's whereabouts, Qian Lang hurriedly asked. He also learned to be careful and did not say more about Yun Sheng's background. It's just that I saw a woman heading in that direction a while ago. Yaoji did not get an answer from her, but after she was sure that the other party was really a female doctor, she secretly remembered the name, Yunhua Hospital's female doctor, in her heart. Chapter 1200. The commotion finally ended with the departure of Grey Feather and the others from the 9 Phoenix tribe. Qian Lang did not suspect that the assassination was related to the 9 Phoenix tribe. Yaoji and the others also did not pursue Yun Sheng's background. After dawn, Qian Lang and the others searched along the burnt forest. Finally, they found Yun Sheng at the outermost edge of the forest. When they found her, she looked embarrassed and said, "Haha, I was scared out of my wits when I saw the chaos, so I hid." After returning, Yun Sheng could not avoid being criticized by Hua Yanluo, Qin Yu, and the others. Feng Lian, on the other hand, stood to the side without saying anything. She only stared at the lake that had been burned dry. No one knew what she was thinking. It was unknown whether it was because of the huge commotion caused by the fire bath Luan, or because the death of Scholar Lei Mo had scared the other group of assassins out of their wits. In any case, the rest of the journey was peaceful. After a few days of hurrying, on the 10th day, Yun Sheng and the others finally arrived at the capital of the Celestial Fox tribe, Hu City, under the escort of Qian Lang. Hu City was the most prosperous capital in the territory of the Celestial Fox tribe. It was an ancient capital with thousands of years of history. The scenery in the capital was beautiful. The streets were paved with bluestone, and trees that were commonly seen in the north were planted along the streets. On the streets, people of Celestial Fox people and Celestial Fox mixed blood could be seen everywhere. After escorting Feng Lian and the others into the city, Qian Lang and the others still had to stay in the city for a few days. Yun Sheng happened to be sightseeing in the city and asking about Hu Sheng's family. What a big house. Master, this place is many times bigger than Crescent Spring Town. Little Yingying was still dressed as a half-fox half-beast human. After following Yun Sheng, little Yingying drank a lot of treasures like the water of life. In addition to the good food, she had grown a lot recently. Her whole body was pink and tender, and she looked like a completely different person from the child who had been beaten before. Today, she was also dressed as a mixed-blood foxman. It had to be said that this outfit suited her very well. She looked lively and cute. Coupled with the fact that she was carrying a kissing goat in her hand, she attracted a lot of attention along the way. Little Yingying, in the future, Master will take you to see the imperial capital of another continent. That is the real big city. Yun Sheng patted little Yingying's head. Compared to the few imperial capitals of the boundless continent, the scale of the buildings and the number of people in the city paled in comparison. Zhou states Yujing was also much more prosperous than this place. Apart from the Celestial Fox, which was the weakest tribe, it could be seen that the development of the 8 Wastelands continent was much worse than that of the boundless continent. It was no wonder that the Bakra orcs had been eyeing the boundless world covetously. Qian Lang first ordered some soldiers to send everyone's carriages and luggage to an inn in the city. Under Hua Yanlua's suggestion, he even brought them to the best restaurant in the city for a hearty meal. Little brother, I heard that the Celestial Fox tribe is holding a saintess selection ceremony. May I know where to register? Although Qian Lang had arrived in Hu City, he was not familiar with the place. He took out a gold coin and threw it to the waiter. Yun Xing's main purpose of coming to the Eight Wastelands continent this time was to deliver Hu Xing's ashes. Dear guests, are you all going to participate in the saintess selection ceremony? The waiter of the restaurant was very enthusiastic. During this period of time, there were many foreigners who came to Hu City. Among them, most of the young and beautiful women were here to participate in the saintess selection ceremony. The waiter's eyes were very sharp. With one glance, he could tell that the female guests at this table were all rare beauties, except for one who was wearing a veil. Even the youngest Celestial Fox half-beast girl was very pink and cute. Speaking of the Celestial Fox Saintess selection ceremony this time, it was a grand event in Hu City. Under the influence of money, the waiter told them everything. Master, we also want to see the Saintess selection ceremony. Baby Sheep and Little Yingying heard this and also shouted. Don't make a fuss. The Saintess selection ceremony hasn't started yet. Registration is still in the next few days. There are too many people at the registration place. Neither of you are allowed to go, Yun Xing said grumpily. However, since she already knew the registration place of the Celestial Fox Saintess selection ceremony, Yun Xing decided to go with Qian Lang and the others. Perhaps she could meet Hu Xing's relatives at the Saintess selection ceremony. Master, can I go outside with Baby Sheep? I want to bring something back for Mom and Dad. Little Yingying's eyes were fixed on Hu City as soon as she entered. She had been separated from her family for a long time and missed them very much. Therefore, she wanted to send something back to them. Yun Sheng was very generous to Little Yingying as her master. Little Yingying's little pouch now contained 10 gold coins. This was definitely a huge sum of money for a child who was less than 10 years old. Baby Sheep, you can walk around with Little Yingying. Yun Xing thought to herself. Hu City seemed to be quite safe. She could take advantage of this time to see how the Celestial Fox Saintess selection ceremony was going. At the same time, she could also inquire about the Night Fox. After Yun Sheng parted with Baby Sheep and Little Yingying, she followed Qian Lang and the others to the most lively square in Hu City. The Celestial Fox Saintess selection ceremony was held in the largest square in Hu City. When Yun Sheng went to buy the tickets, she found that the scene was really as crowded as the waiter had said. There were too many girls from different races who came from the various territories and towns of the Celestial Fox tribe. However, Yun Sheng also noticed that about 50% of the Celestial Fox girls who came to register were purebred Celestial Fox. The other 50% were mixed-blood Celestial Fox like Qin Yu and Feng Lian. It seemed that the assassination incident on the way here had affected the enthusiasm of the Saintess selection ceremony to a certain extent. Other than Sang Du, many of the Saintesses who were selected from the capital city were also mixed-blood Celestial Fox. These people were either young and beautiful, or sexy and voluptuous. They were definitely different from the Celestial Fox Saintess Hu Xing whom Yun Sheng had met earlier. These people were actually here to select the Saintess selection ceremony? Or were these people here to participate in the beauty pageant? Yun Sheng was still thinking about it when she suddenly heard a familiar voice behind her. Yun Sheng hurriedly lowered her head and retreated to a corner. A young girl in red rushed in angrily. She had charming eyes and peachy cheeks, and her figure was slim. When she rushed into the square, she was followed by many guards. What nonsense! Even half-beastmen came to participate in the Saintess selection ceremony. Didn't those old fellows from the Elder Council see this? How dare these people come to participate in the Saintess selection ceremony? I think they are not even fit to carry my shoes. The young girl cursed as she walked. She was furious and ran to the registration area. Chapter 1201. Hu Linglong was in a fit of anger and did not notice the group of people from Chengdu standing at the side, not to mention the veiled Yunsheng. Yunsheng blended into the crowd and secretly paid attention to Hu Linglong's every move. Yunsheng remembered that Hu Linglong was Hu Sheng's cousin, but this woman had a vicious heart. Back then, it was Hu Linglong who colluded with Madame Qi Bai and sold Hu Sheng to the boundless land. If not for the fact that Yunsheng happened to also be at the auction, Hu Sheng would have been bought by someone long ago. However, Hu Sheng also said that if she died, Hu Linglong should be the most suitable candidate for the saintess of the celestial fox people. Unexpectedly, Hu Linglong had not become the saintess even though Hu Sheng had been dead for a few years. Not only that, she even had to compete for the position of saintess with the beast men. This was undoubtedly a humiliation to the proud and arrogant Hu Linglong. According to the rules of the celestial fox people, a new saintess could only be elected when the previous saintess died or went missing for more than 3 years. Hu Linglong had heard that Hu Sheng's whereabouts were unknown in the boundless land. She originally thought that after Hu Sheng went missing, she would be able to take the position of saintess. A few days ago, she heard that the various capital cities had selected many mixed-blood celestial fox people to participate in the selection of saintess this time. She originally thought that the Celestial Fox Elders Guild would dare to do it, but who knew that the group of old fellows in the Guild of Elders Guild actually said that they would broaden the scope of the selection of saintess and open it to the entire Celestial Fox tribe. Even the beast men could participate. Get lost. Hu Linglong was about to register her name when a beastman woman blocked her way. Hu Linglong was furious and cast a spell on the beastman woman's face. Ah! The beastman woman screamed as a piece of flesh was torn off her face. Instantly, blood and flesh flowed out, making her look very miserable. Lady Linglong, this is an order from the Elders' Assembly. Please cooperate with us. If you injure anyone again, we can only cancel your registration. This is an order from the Elders' Assembly. Please don't make things difficult for your subordinates. The Sky Fox clansman in charge of the life-saving pill felt a headache coming on when he saw Hu Linglong. Although the previous saintess, Hu, was a good-for-nothing, at least, she treated people well. In comparison, although Hu Sheng's cousin, Hu Linglong, was quite strong and had reached the level of a saint-level law emperor in the past few years, she was known for her arrogance and willfulness in the Heavenly Fox tribe. Because her father was the 5th elder of Celestial Fox, no one of the tribesmen in the tribe dared to offend her. Although Hu Linglong was very dissatisfied, when she heard that it was an order from the Elders Guild, she could not flare up again. Those old fellows in the Guild of Elders had the support of clan head Hu Qianqiu. Even her father could not do anything. Hu Linglong angrily reported her name and left. When she returned home, she could not help but look for her father. Father, what's going on? How come those assassins we sent out could not even deal with a few women? Now, even beast men can participate. How am I supposed to face others in the future? Hu Linglong had always been the target of ridicule among the descendants of the 8 Desolation tribe. If the other tribes knew that even beast men could participate in the saintess of the Celestial Fox people, even if she was chosen as the saintess in the future, she would definitely be laughed at. Linglong, this matter is quite strange. Lei Mo and his men actually failed. Hu Linglong's father, who was also Hu Qianqiu's younger brother, Hu Qiansui. Earlier, the ones who hired Lei Mo and the others to assassinate the saintess candidates were precisely this vicious celestial fox father and daughter. Seeing his daughter's angry face, he tried to persuade her. The Guild of Elders did this because you did not find the celestial fox relic. That's why people in the tribe said that you are not qualified to become the saintess of the celestial fox saintess. Hearing her father mention the celestial fox relic, Hu Linglong's face became awkward. Hu Qiansui was a very ambitious person. Back then, because he was a bastard son, he was not able to become the clan head of the Celestial Fox people. He had always been brooding over this matter. Even the heavens wanted to help him. Hu Qianqiu did not have many children. The only daughter who was tested to be the successor of the celestial fox saintess was a trash who did not know any magic. On the other hand, Hu Qiansui's daughter, Hu Linglong, had been intelligent and beautiful since she was young. If it weren't for the fact that Hu Sheng was the clan leader's daughter, she wouldn't have had a chance to become the saintess of the Heavenly Fox clan. Every time Hu Qiansui thought of this, he would be secretly angry. All these years, on the surface, he had been pandering to Hu Qianqiu and the Guild of Elders, but secretly, he had been doing something. Other than allowing his daughter to secretly suppress and bully Hu Sheng, he had also been trying to rope in the Guild of Elders. His goal was to wait for the right opportunity to replace Hu Qianqiu and become the clan head of the Celestial Fox people. Among them, he had his daughter trick Hu Sheng and banish her from the 8 Desolates continent. His daughter would replace her and become the new Celestial Fox Saintess. This was the first step of Hu Qiansui's plan. Hu Qiansui and his daughter had been painstakingly planning for many years and finally got rid of the thorn in their side, Hu Sheng. He even bribed an elder to recommend Hu Linglong to replace Hu Sheng in the Dutian blood realm and search for the Beast King relic with the other descendants of the 8 Desolates. But who would have thought that Hu Linglong would not be able to find the Celestial Fox relic at such a critical juncture? The loss of the Celestial Fox relic had been criticized by the other elders of the Guild of Elders. When the time came for the new saintess, the elders unexpectedly proposed to hold the saintess selection ceremony for the first time. Hu Qiansui knew that he was in the wrong because of the relic and could only vote in favor. Linglong, don't be anxious. What is yours will be yours. Looking at the entire Celestial Fox tribe, in terms of bloodline, appearance, and talent, no one is more suitable than you to be the saintess. Don't worry, in this selection ceremony, I will definitely let you take first place. At that time, let's see if anyone dares to say that you are not qualified to be the saintess. Hu Qiansui comforted his daughter. So many things had happened in the middle of the Celestial Fox saintess selection this time. Even the mixed blood Celestial Fox had joined in. But this also had its benefits. With Hu Linglong's purebred status and outstanding talent, she would definitely be able to become the saintess of the Celestial Fox saintess. Father, I naturally have confidence in the saintess matter. I also have something to ask you, and that is the matter of the 9-1 clan's young leader. I heard that when grandfather was still in power, he had made an agreement with the 9-1 clan's old leader that the saintess and the young leader of the 2 clans would become husband and wife once they reached adulthood. Is this true? Hu Linglong would only put away her unruly temper when talking about her crush, Lu. That's right. There was such an agreement between the old leaders of the 2 clans. But according to the agreement, only the saintess of the Celestial Fox saintess can marry the young leader of the 9-1 clan. Hu Qiansui had long since known that his daughter had been in love with Lu Xini of the 9-1 clan. Chapter 1202. The 9-1 tribe's Green was the most beloved grandson of the 9-1 tribe's patriarch. He was also the future successor of the 9-1 tribe. The 9-1 tribe was a superior beast tribe. If they could get close to Green, it would be the same as getting close to the 9-1 tribe. At that time, the Celestial Fox tribe's status as an inferior beast tribe would be reversed. Hu Qiansui had already made up his mind. He wanted his daughter and Green to be a couple no matter what. Father, don't worry. The Celestial Fox people's saintess will definitely be your daughter. Green, it's mine. Hu Linglong's face flushed red. However, Linglong, I heard that apart from Layman Lay Mo's group, there's another group of people trying to assassinate the saintess candidates. You should be careful. If there's nothing important, don't leave Hu Do. Layman Lay Mo's group was hired by Hu Qiansui with a large sum of money. Apart from Hu Qiansui and Hu Linglong, no one else in the Celestial Fox tribe knew about this matter. Although Layman Lay Mo failed in the end, he killed many Celestial Fox purebred saintesses. This would definitely be beneficial for Hu Linglong to become the Celestial Fox saintess in the end. Before Layman Lay Mo was killed, he sent back a message saying that he used another group of assassins along the way. That group of assassins had strange skills and were even stronger than layman Lei Mo, who Qiansui didn't know where this group of people came from. He was worried that this group of people wouldn't give up and would attack his daughter in the end. Father, you don't have to worry about this matter. I've already signed up for the Celestial Fox Saintess selection. I plan to cultivate properly in the remaining days. I'm determined to become the Saintess this time. Hu Linglong left satisfied after receiving her father's promise. After Hu Linglong's disturbance, the other Celestial Fox Saintess candidates in the square were delayed for a while before signing up. Where did that woman come from? She actually dared to look down on Celestial Fox in public. Qin Yu and Feng Lian were very dissatisfied with Hu Linglong's wanton insulting of Celestial Fox. Qin Yu, in particular, had some opinions about Hu Linglong. That is the beloved daughter of the sixth elder, Hu Qiansui, Miss Linglong. She was also the cousin of the former saintess. Even among the purebred Celestial Fox, her status was very noble. Not to mention insulting a Celestial Fox half-beast man, even if he killed one or two of them, so what? Hua Yen Luo's face was full of resentment. Sixth elder's beloved daughter. So it's Miss Linglong. No wonder you look so outstanding and have such an extraordinary temperament. Qin Yu immediately switched to a fawning tone when she heard the other party's identity. Feng Lian's face was cold as she let Hua Yen Luo and Qin Yu speak one after another. Saintess candidates, I have already booked rooms in the city. You should rest in the inn first and wait for the follow-up arrangements of the Saintess selection ceremony. Qian Lang also heaved a sigh of relief after escorting everyone safely to the inn. They returned to the inn. Lord Qian Lang, I want to walk around. I will return to the inn later. Yun Sheng wanted to inquire about the whereabouts of Night Fox in the city. After parting with the others, Yun Sheng went to several inns in Hu City, but did not find any news about Night Fox. When she returned to the inn, Yun Sheng heard a commotion just as she entered the inn. He heard Hua Yen Luo and the others were at the door, arguing with a few unfamiliar women. We booked the room first. Why should we give it to you? Hua Yen Luo and Qin Yu stood together and did not see Qian Lang and Feng Lian. The two of them were arguing with three other women. Who do you think you are? One of you is the daughter of a concubine and the other is a mixed-blood Celestial Fox. You want to stay in the best room? Why don't you take a look at yourself in the mirror? Trash like you are only fit to live in stables. The few women who were arguing with the two were all beautiful and alluring. They were dressed luxuriously, and it was obvious that they were purebred heavenly foxes from other cities. It turned out that not long after Yun Sheng parted with the others, Qian Lang brought the three women back to the inn. Before they reached the inn, Qian Lang received news that there were too many of them and the inn could not accommodate all of them. He had no choice but to arrange accommodation for the other soldiers first. As for Feng Lian, she did not like to walk with Hua Yen Luo and Qin Yu, so she simply left on her own. After Hua Yen Luo and Qin Yu returned to the inn, they asked and found out that the best room booked by Qian Lang had been taken away by several Celestial Fox Saintess candidates who had just arrived in Fengdu. They were only left with a few ordinary rooms. If this matter had happened to Yun Sheng or Qian Lang, it would have been over. After all, the only difference between the ordinary room and the best room was the size of the room and the other facilities were similar. However, it was Hua Yen Luo and Qin Yu who ran into this matter. These two women were not easy to deal with. They thought that the Saintess candidates from other cities were staying in the best room. If they stayed in the ordinary rooms, wouldn't they lose out before they even participated in the Saintess selection? Thinking of this, Hua Yen Luo and Qin Yu simply quarreled with several Celestial Fox Saintess candidates from Fengdu. Who is not up to standard? You little bitches, you just rely on the power of your family. If you have the ability, let's compete. Hua Yen Luo hated it when others talked about her identity as a concubine's daughter, and Qin Yu hated it when others said that she was a mixed-blood Celestial Fox. Once the two women quarreled, they did not care about reason or manners. They just looked like shrews cursing in the street. The celestial fox saintess candidates from Fengdu were also not easy to deal with. Speaking of Fengdu, it was also very famous in the celestial fox tribe. It was the second largest capital city in the celestial fox tribe, except for Hu City. It was also the richest capital city. Naturally, the celestial fox saintess candidates from Fengdu were also arrogant. They had long heard that among the celestial fox saintess candidates from Tsangdu, 2 were mixed-blood celestial fox, and the other was also a purebred celestial fox who was not up to standard. Let's compete. Don't cry for your parents when the time comes. Go back to Tsangdu. The celestial fox saintess candidates from Fengdu laughed disdainfully after hearing this. Sister Hua, isn't this not a good idea? Those women look very powerful. Moreover, there are only 2 of us and 3 of them. Feng Lian's temper is eccentric. She will definitely not agree to help us. As soon as Hua Yan Luo said this, Qin Yu felt that something was wrong. She tugged at Hua Yan Luo. The celestial fox saintess candidates from Fengdu looked tall and slender, and all of them were rich. Maybe some of them were hiding some powerful celestial devices. What are you afraid of? You and I are here. If there are not enough people, we can find another one. Hua Yan Luo rolled her eyes and saw Yun Sheng, who had just entered the door. Chapter 1203. When Yun Sheng noticed Hua Yan Luo's gaze, she knew that it was not a good thing. However, it was too late for her to back out. She stepped forward, pulled Yun Sheng over, and said in a low voice, "You're lucky. You can temporarily replace Feng Lian and pretend to be the 3rd candidate for the saintess of Tsangdu. Miss Yan Luo, I don't think it's a good idea. You know that I'm just a doctor. I can grind medicine and refine pills, but I can't fight." Yun Sheng quickly declined. Only a fool would clean up the mess for these vase girls. She was here to deliver the ashes. She did not want to be hated by others before she could even deliver the ashes. Sister Hua, you could have chosen anyone, but you chose her. You know that when Layman Lay Mo came last time, she even left her herb gatherer behind. When Qin Yu saw that it was Yun Sheng, she had a look of disdain on her face. When she thought about the last time when everyone escaped from death, this woman hid somewhere. Qin Yu felt frustrated. If Qian Lang had not been polite to Yun Sheng along the way, Qin Yu and the others would have chased Yun Sheng away. In her opinion, even a random passerby would be 100 or 1,000 times better than this so-called woman from Yunhua Hospital. This woman would probably be beaten to death in just 1 round. I already said that I'll replace her. We don't know where Feng Lian went. How can we find her in such a short time? Besides, there are 3 of us on each side, and we'll win 2 out of 3 rounds. As long as the 2 of us compete first and win 2 rounds in a row, she won't have to go up and embarrass herself. Hua Yan Luo was not stupid. She knew her own strength very well. As for Qin Yu, although she looked weak and fence-sitter, when she attacked Layman Lay Mo that day, Qin Yu's reaction was faster than hers. In other words, this woman was also a person who hid her strength. Since both of them were quite strong, it meant that they only needed 1 more person. Even if the 3rd person was not very strong, as long as she and Qin Yu won, it would be considered a victory. The 3rd person did not even need to go up. They only needed to go through the motions. After the 2 women discussed for a while, they didn't even give Yunxing a chance to refuse and directly pulled Yunxing out. Yo, here comes another celestial fox hybrid, and it's a half-orc that can't even control its fox form. Isn't that so? There aren't even any decent purebred celestial fox or half-beastmen in such a big city. It's really going to kill me. Seeing that Yunxing still had her fox ears and tail, the candidates of the Saintess of Fengdu all laughed out loud. In particular, they noticed that for some reason, Yunxing only had half of her fox tail left, and she had a strange expression on her face. She wore a veil. Even if they were all half-beastmen, there were still differences. For example, although Qin Yu and Feng Lian were also celestial fox hybrids, because the celestial fox blood in their bodies was thicker, most of the time, they still had the appearance of a normal person. Only in the state of fierce battle, they would turn into half-fox form. There was another kind. Although they were also celestial fox hybrids, because the celestial fox blood in their bodies was less, most of the time, they maintained the appearance of a half-fox. Because Yun Sheng was in disguise and had a fox tail and fox ears, she was mistaken for an inferior celestial fox half-beast with little celestial fox blood. What are you laughing at? She is she, and we are we. Don't confuse us with her. Qin Yu and Hua Yanluo felt even more ashamed and indignant. They both glared at Yun Sheng with hatred. Yun Sheng rolled her eyes and was too lazy to argue with these two women. Anyway, she had already agreed that she was just here to make up the numbers. The two groups of people decided on the number of people who would compete. Next, the official competition would begin. Due to the narrow hall of the inn, the poor innkeeper did not dare to offend these candidates for the celestial fox saintess. He could only brace himself and give up the backyard of the inn as a venue for the competition. The news that several candidates for the celestial fox saintess were going to compete spread quickly. The inn was immediately surrounded by people, and not even a drop of water could leak out. Just as the candidates for the celestial fox saintess were quarreling endlessly, in a superior room of the inn, there were 3 lines of sight through an open window. What happened outside was clearly seen by 3 people. Although these 3 people were not dressed luxuriously, if one looked carefully, they would find that their temperaments were very good, especially the elder sitting by the window. At first glance, one could tell that he was a person with great power. These people are the candidates for the celestial fox saintess selection this time? The elder sitting by the window asked. He looked to be in his 40s, with a hooked nose and deep eyes. His eyes were full of wisdom, but they revealed the identity of this old man. He was definitely not as simple as he looked. Master, it should be right. It is said that this inn is filled with the candidates for the celestial fox saintess from all the major cities, the tallest man among the 3 said. If I'm not mistaken, among the noisy women just now, some of them are mixed-blood celestial fox. Master, even a mixed-blood celestial fox in the celestial fox tribe can become the saintess. Isn't this too negligent? After all, the selected celestial fox saintess will marry the young patriarch in the future, another man could not help but say. Among the Bakra orcs, there were still some opinions about purebred and mixed blood. In particular, the other party could be the future wife of their noble young patriarch. These 3 people were the old patriarch of the 9 Phoenix tribe and his 2 capable subordinates. In the early years, the old patriarch of the 9 Phoenix tribe and the old patriarch of the celestial fox tribe were life and death friends. The old patriarch of the celestial fox tribe had even saved the old patriarch of the 9 Phoenix tribe once, which resulted in his Dharma soul being damaged. Therefore, all these years, the old patriarch of the 9 Phoenix tribe had always felt guilty, and secretly helped the celestial fox tribe a lot. He even said in front of his favorite grandson, Lu, that whoever inherited the 9 Phoenix tribe in the future must marry the saintess of the celestial fox tribe. As the young patriarch, Lu had already known about this when he was young. In the beginning, he was very indifferent. Anyway, to Lu, it did not matter who he married. But later, that kid grew up and became more and more disobedient. Especially last time, when he came back from the Dutian blood world, that little rascal refused to marry the saintess of the celestial fox tribe. The old patriarch of the 9 Phoenix tribe used all kinds of methods, and beat around the bush, but Lu was stubborn and refused to marry. He said that even if all the women in the Ba Huang continent died, he would not marry the saintess of the celestial fox tribe. Originally, the old patriarch thought that he was just saying it out of anger. After all, after the disappearance of the previous celestial fox tribe saintess, Hu Linglong, who was most likely to become the next celestial fox tribe saintess, Lu was very annoyed with her. Therefore, the old patriarch did not hesitate to interfere with the selection of the celestial fox tribe Saintess, and put pressure on the current patriarch of the celestial fox tribe, Hu Qianxiu, to hold this selection ceremony for the Saintess of the celestial fox tribe to recruit celestial fox women from all over the world. After the 10th of April, when I return from outside and finish moving, I will continue to update. If you don't leave, I will not abandon you. It's the end of the month. If you have a monthly ticket, please feed me. Chapter 1204. The old patriarch of the 9 Phoenix tribe had put in a lot of effort into this. Since Green didn't like Hu Linglong, he could just pick another one. Although the celestial fox people were weak, the celestial fox tribe was famous for its beauties among the Bakra orcs. The celestial fox women were all gentle and beautiful. There would always be one that his grandson would like. The old patriarch didn't want to have a granddaughter-in-law like He Lin Lin or a granddaughter-in-law like Rita from the Bimon clan just because he wanted to find someone powerful. The selection ceremony of the Heavenly Fox Saintess of the Heavenly Fox tribe this time was completely different from the previous years due to the interference of the 9 Phoenix Elder. Not only were there more people, but the celestial fox hybrids were also allowed to participate in the selection. This was the first time in the history of the celestial fox tribe. This time, there were dozens of purebred celestial fox and celestial fox hybrids participating in the Saintess selection ceremony. The old patriarch of the 9 Phoenix tribe had even prepared to bring his grandson to Hu City to observe the celestial fox Saintess selection ceremony. At that time, Green would simply choose whoever he liked to be the Saintess. However, when Green heard the news, not only did he not agree, he secretly went to the D tribe alone. Not only that, but Green also used the power of the Grey Camp behind his back and ordered people to assassinate the celestial fox Saintess candidate. Green's intention was very clear. If you want to choose, then kill whoever comes. Let's see where you can find the celestial fox Saintess after you kill them all. The old patriarch had only recently found out about this matter. After hearing the news, the old patriarch was almost angered half to death. Helpless, the old patriarch didn't inform the celestial fox tribe and came to Hu City specifically to check on the new Saintess of the celestial fox people. In any case, in the old patriarch's opinion, his taste was similar to his grandson's. As long as he fancied something, his grandson would definitely like it. It was clear that the 9 Phoenix tribe patriarch didn't realize that there was such a thing as generation gap in this world. The old patriarch had been in Hu City for a few days. He had specially chosen this inn, which was said to be the inn where the celestial fox Saintess candidate from the capital city had to stay. He wanted to observe the situation of his future granddaughter-in-law up close. However, after a few days, the old patriarch's frown deepened. These celestial fox Saintess candidates from all over the celestial fox tribal nation were beautiful, but most of them were just flower vases. For example, the candidates for celestial fox's Saintess who had been arguing incessantly just now were actually cursing in public for a few rooms. This kind of behavior clearly didn't meet the old patriarch's standards of being gentle like water and cultivating both inside and outside. Thinking of this, the old patriarch shook his head. He couldn't help but wonder if it was too much to force Lu to marry a celestial fox Saintess that he didn't like just because of the kindness of the previous generation. Master, don't be too disappointed. After all, these girls are only a part of the celestial fox Saintess candidates. Perhaps the ones from the other capital cities will be much better, the old patriarch's 2 subordinates comforted him. Fine, let's see what other redeeming qualities these girls have apart from their looks. The old patriarch's gaze shifted to the courtyard. The room that the old patriarch was in had the best view in the entire inn. It just so happened that it could clearly see every corner of the courtyard. However, it was difficult for the people in the courtyard to see the situation in the room. Therefore, it was obviously the most suitable place to watch this competition from the window. The news that the celestial fox Saintess candidate from Tsangdu and the celestial fox Saintess candidate from Fengdu were going to compete spread. Not only the ordinary guests in the inn, but even the saintesses from the other capital cities who were staying in this inn also heard the news and came out to watch. After all, everyone knew that the celestial fox saintess who was now in this inn was likely to become each other's most advantageous competitor in the future. If they could understand more about each other before the competition, their chances of winning would be higher in the future. I'll go first in the first round. The second round, Qin Yu. Hua Yanluo and Qin Yu were already arranging their order of appearance. They didn't even bother to mention Yunsheng and directly treated her as heir. During the time just now, the two girls had already changed out of their cumbersome dresses. Both of them changed into their training clothes and magic robes respectively. Only then did Yunsheng know that Hua Yanluo was a warrior and Qin Yu was a magician. The two girls were already beautiful. After changing their clothes, they couldn't help but brighten up the eyes of the people. Once they appeared, they attracted a lot of cheers. Yunsheng, on the other hand, was still dressed in plain clothes. She did not change her attire and followed behind the two girls at a leisurely pace. From the looks of it, rather than saying that the three of them were candidates for the saintess of the heavenly fox tribe, Yunsheng looked more like a maid. However, no one paid special attention to Yunsheng. After all, everyone thought that Yunsheng was an inferior celestial fox half-beast human. Everyone's attention, including the celestial fox saintess candidates in Fengdu, was all focused on Hua Yanluo and Qin Yu. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm the owner of the inn. Today, I've been appointed by the saintess candidates to be the referee of this competition. I'll first explain the rules of today's competition. The competition is to learn from each other, and the winner of 2 out of 3 rounds will win. Don't overdo it and don't kill anyone. The loser will give up the best room. The owner of the inn stood in the courtyard and announced the rules of the competition loudly. He opened a business and didn't want his territory to be stained with blood. However, if he didn't compete, these saintess candidates really didn't know how long they would make a scene here. The owner could only reluctantly become the referee. Speaking of this owner, although he was an inn owner, he could attract so many saintess candidates to stay in his inn. Naturally, he had some background. These celestial fox saintess candidates were all people with family backgrounds. He couldn't afford to offend them. But nominally, he was a businessman. Businessmen only cared about profits. Even though it was inevitable that they would suffer some losses in a duel, it would still be a good way to boost the reputation of his inn by attracting some attention. The owner was also very happy to have such a competition. Wait, the rules of the competition are correct, but there are some problems with the results of this competition. The loser just has to give up the room. It's too easy for them. As soon as the owner finished speaking, one of the 3 celestial fox saintess candidates in Fengdu walked out. As soon as the woman appeared, the male animals present cheered in unison. The woman had a high nose bridge, a little red lips, and a fiery passion. The martial arts suit on her body boldly exposed her belly and long legs, full of exotic charm. Chapter 1205. As soon as the saintess candidate from Fengdu spoke, her words shocked everyone. Coquettish fox. When the woman came out, Yunsheng heard Hua Yanluo and Qin Yu gritting their teeth and cursing. It seemed that they both knew this woman. This woman was called Lu Shuiyu, the legitimate daughter of the Lu family of Fengdu. She was the current head of the Lu family and an elder of the celestial fox tribe. Therefore, the Lu family was also a prominent family in the celestial fox tribe. How could a person like Lu Shuiyu be interested in a few superior rooms? Today, she agreed to the bet with Tsangdu for 2 reasons. First, she wanted to humiliate these inferior saintess candidates from Tsangdu. Second, she had other plans. Lu Shuiyu, what do you mean? Hua Yanluo glared at her. Lu Shuiyu, this coquettish fox, stole the limelight that should have belonged to her. Are you deaf? My words are clear enough. We can compete, but we have to raise the stakes. In addition to giving up the superior rooms, we have to raise another stake. To show our sincerity, I will raise the stakes of Fengdu. My stake is a kind of celestial fox inheritance. Lu Shuiyu glanced at Hua Yanluo and Qin Yu. She did not look at Yun Sheng. A kind of celestial fox inheritance? Yun Sheng, who was still indifferent at the side, became energetic when she heard Lu Shuiyu's stake. This was the first time she heard that the celestial fox inheritance could be used as a stake. Lu Shuiyu's words caused a bigger uproar at the same time. But looking at the expressions of the people around, it seemed that everyone knew that the celestial fox inheritance could be used as a stake. Only Yun Sheng was confused. Upstairs in the inn, the old patriarch of the 9-1 tribe, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, was slightly moved after hearing this. They're actually using the Heavenly Fox inheritance as a wager. If the Heavenly Fox Saintess candidates from Tsangdu also agree, then this competition will become much more interesting. I wonder what kind of expression Hu Qianqiu will have when he sees these candidates using the Celestial Fox's inheritance as a wager. The old patriarch had no interest in these women's flowery moves and almost dozed off. However, when he suddenly heard Lin Menya's words, his eyes lit up. Won't this matter be blown out of proportion? After all, the wager is Celestial Fox's inheritance. I don't think the women of Tsangdu will agree. The two subordinates of the old patriarch also shook their heads. It was no wonder that the Celestial Fox tribe had fallen to the lowest level among the Bakra orcs. Within the Celestial Fox tribe, the secret competition and suppression among the juniors were even worse than that of other Bakra orcs. As long as one was a Bakra orcs, especially a purebred celestial fox, they all knew the importance of the inheritance of the 8 wastelands. The more inheritance one had, the more powerful the descendant of the 8 wastelands would be. In addition to the innate awakening of the inheritance, there was also the possibility of acquiring it after birth. For some ancient families of the 8 wastelands, the inheritance after birth was more important than life. It could not be easily passed to outsiders. In each family, only a few talented descendants had the opportunity to practice it. These Heavenly Fox Holy Daughter candidates were too rash. To think that they would use something as important as the inheritance as a wager in front of so many people. Hearing that they were going to use the inheritance of the Celestial Fox as a wager, Qin Yu hurriedly pulled Hua Yanluo aside. Sister Hua, I think we should forget about it. They are all purebred Celestial Fox. Lu Shuiyu dares to use the fact that she is the legitimate daughter of the Lu family. She must have the inheritance of the Celestial Fox. We can't beat them. Qin Yu was a mixed-blood half-beast. She did not have the inheritance of the Celestial Fox. Her tone of admitting defeat stimulated Hua Yanluo's determination to win. At this juncture, if we admit defeat, it will be even more humiliating. If we don't agree, we will become a laughing stock. We don't even have to participate in the following selection. We will be laughed at. Hua Yanluo was very proud. She gritted her teeth and looked at the candidates for the Saintess of Fengdu, who looked proud. How could Hua Yanluo not know what Qin Yu said? Lu Shuiyu must be up to no good. But in other words, if Hua Yanluo and the others won, in addition to getting a few rooms, they would also get a new inheritance of the Celestial Fox, which was something that could not be bought with thousands of gold coins. In the Celestial Fox tribal country, every family, including the Hua family and the Lu family, regarded the inheritance of the Celestial Fox as a secret. Hua Yanluo did not tell Qin Yu that among the purebred Celestial Fox, there was another saying. The more inheritance of the Celestial Fox, the stronger the strength of the Celestial Fox. In the older generation of Celestial Fox, there was a legend waiting to be verified. That was, if there was a Celestial Fox who could learn 9 inheritances of the Celestial Fox, he or she might become the strongest Celestial Fox with 9 tails in the history of the Celestial Fox. At that time, not to mention the Celestial Fox tribe, even the leaders of the other Bakra orcs might not be a match for the 9-tailed Celestial Fox. But after all, it was a legend. In history, even the leader of the Celestial Fox tribe, Hu Yan, who was recognized as the strongest, only learned 8 inheritances of the celestial fox. He was still one step away from the strongest celestial fox with 9 tails. It was impossible to learn 9 inheritances of the celestial fox. But Hua Yanluo believed that Lu Shuiyu also knew about this legend. Both of them had the intention that with one more celestial fox inheritance, they would benefit greatly in the upcoming celestial fox selection. So after weighing the pros and cons, Hua Yanluo decided to accept Lu Shuiyu's bet. Although she was only the daughter of a concubine of the Hua family, her mother was very doted on. So, her father had secretly let her learn the inheritance of the celestial fox. When Hua Yanluo was still hesitating, Yunxing suddenly asked. Miss Yanluo, isn't the inheritance of the celestial fox a talent? How can it be used as a bet? Idiot, the inheritance of the celestial fox is a talent, but no one said that after obtaining the inheritance, it can't be memorized or copied down. To put it bluntly, the inheritance of the celestial fox that has been recorded is the same as the magic combat skills. It can be passed on to each other. But to learn the inheritance is many times more difficult than to learn the magic combat skills. Hua Yanluo was annoyed and did not see clearly who asked the question. When she found that the person who asked the question was Yunsheng, she gave her a sharp look. Why are you asking so many questions? Are you also interested in the inheritance of the celestial fox? Let me tell you the truth. For a half-beast foxman like you who can't even reach half celestial fox blood, even if you get the inheritance of the celestial fox, it is impossible for you to learn it. Hua Yanluo said angrily. This stupid woman thought that she also had a chance to get the inheritance of the celestial fox. She did not even think about it. She did not even have a chance to show up. At best, she was just going through the motions. Chapter 1206. Yunsheng's question reminded Hua Yanluo of something. Furthermore, the two of you, listen carefully. Although the 3 of us are participating in the competition this time around, there is a certain person who is simply there to make up the numbers. When the results of the competition are out, if you don't make any contributions, don't even think about learning the inheritance of celestial fox. Hua Yanluo was not so stupid that she could not be saved. She rolled her eyes at Yunsheng. Obviously, these words were directed at Yunsheng. Qin Yu, who was standing aside, saw that Hua Yanluo had made up her mind, and there was a hint of joy in her eyes. Hua Yanluo was really fooled. For Qin Yu, if she lost this time, she would just lose some face and sleep in an ordinary room for a few days. However, if she won, she might be able to get the inheritance of celestial fox from Lu Shuiyu. For Qin Yu, who did not even know the inheritance of celestial fox, this was undoubtedly a good thing, like losing a sesame seed and picking up a watermelon. Even if she could not get the throne of celestial fox's saintess in this competition, just by getting the inheritance of celestial fox, her status in the family would rise when she returned to Cangdu. Yunsheng saw through Qin Yu's and Hua Yanluo's thoughts. Yunsheng shrugged and thought to herself that she would let these women fight among themselves for the time being. She would watch from the side for the time being. What, after discussing for so long, do you agree or not? Or is it to say that there isn't even a single person with the inheritance of the heavenly fox in this ragtag army of yours? Lu Shuiyu and the others roared with laughter again. The harsh laughter made Hua Yanluo and Qin Yu even more annoyed. Who said there is no one? I'll use the inheritance of celestial fox from our Hua family as the wager. In addition to those rooms, the winner will also get the inheritance of celestial fox from the other party. Hua Yanluo did not show any weakness. For the sake of fairness, the 2 of them each asked for a piece of paper and a brush. They wrote down their respective successions and handed them to the innkeeper. The innkeeper ordered his men to bring 2 boxes and locked the 2 pieces of celestial fox's inheritance. Saintess candidates, the stakes have been decided. You can start the official competition now, the innkeeper said calmly when he saw that the situation had escalated to the point of celestial fox's inheritance. He gave a look to a waiter beside him, and the waiter quietly blended into the crowd and ran out of the inn. Soon, the order of the two sides was arranged. Sangdu's order was Hua Yanluo, Qin Yu, and Yun Sheng. As for the Sacred Lady candidates from Plentiful City, the order of the Sacred Lady candidates was Chen Qi, Lu Yunshuang, and Lu Shuiyu. When the order of the competition came out, Hua Yanluo and Qin Yu's faces showed obvious joy. On the other side, Lu Shuiyu and the others had calm expressions, as if they were used to this kind of preliminary competition order. Lu Shuiyu was the last to compete. In terms of strength, Lu Shuiyu was clearly the strongest. Although Hua Yanluo was stubborn, she was unwilling to face Lu Shuiyu directly. As for Qin Yu, it was needless to say. With this arrangement, Lu Shuiyu was the last to compete. Her opponent was that useless Yun Sheng. Yun Sheng had no chance of winning against Lu Shuiyu even if she used her toes to think. She would lose without a doubt. What Hua Yanluo and Qin Yu had to do was win 2 rounds in a row. Whether that useless person won or lost the 3rd round, even if she was beaten to death, it had nothing to do with them. In the courtyard, a simple arena that was usually used for banquets and theatrical performances had been temporarily set up. The first round of competition, Hua Yanluo vs Chen Qi. Hua Yanluo's feet touched the ground, and she landed on the arena like a graceful swan. The young girl's heroic bearing, her red dress fluttering in the wind, was very beautiful. Chen Qi of Plentiful City, like a swallow returning to its nest, stood on the arena. She was also a martial artist, and her appearance was similar to Hua Yanluo's. Boom boom, in front of Chen Qi, a fog-like icy white douqi filled the air. Hua Yanluo took a step forward, and a red light flashed in her sleeve. It was a short sword, the same one that Hua Yanluo used to sneak attack Layman Thunder Fiend. The short sword was full of killing intent, and it was a divine-grade celestial artifact. The short sword swung out, and in the air, the sharp dagger light turned into several rays, piercing toward Chen Qi at an extremely tricky angle. Chen Qi saw that the short sword was powerful, and she did not dare to take it head-on. She swept to the back of Hua Yanluo like lightning, and the fighting energy around her was divided into 3, forming 3 daggers. The daggers swept across, and the dagger light clanged 3 times in a row, and Hua Yanluo's short sword was knocked away. Hua Yanluo's palm was hurt by the power of the daggers. She turned her wrist, and the short sword stabbed out horizontally. The sword move was not very mysterious, but after combining Hua Yanluo's fighting energy, it became a blur. The sword light turned into a snowy shadow, confusing Chen Qi's eyes. For a moment, Chen Qi was forced to take a few steps back. Chen Qi was not easy to deal with, and she flicked her fingertips. The 3 daggers seemed to have eyes of their own, as they turned around and stabbed towards Hua Yanluo's face. The 3 daggers were extremely sharp, and they were aimed at Hua Yanluo's vital parts. If they hit, Hua Yanluo's head would be pierced in an instant. Qin Yu, who was watching from the side, could not help but exclaim softly. The innkeeper, who was acting as the referee, had his feet in the posture of a winery, and his sleeves were fluttering even though there was no wind. It was obvious that he was going to block the fatal attack at the critical moment. But at this moment, the fiery red fighting energy in front of Hua Yanluo burned like a raging fire. Hua Yanluo, who was forced to retreat, suddenly split into 2, and there were 2 Hua Yanluos. The inheritance of Celestial Fox, Traceless Fox Shadow, said the 9 Phoenix clan leader indifferently by the window. As soon as the inheritance of Celestial Fox came out, the 2 Hua Yanluos danced in the air with their short swords, forming a beautiful sword flower, and with a few clangs, they blocked the 3 daggers. On the other side, the newly transformed Hua Yanluo waved her sleeves, and a biting cold fighting energy rushed toward the defenseless Chen Qi. Bang! Chen Qi groaned and was knocked out of the ring and fell to the ground. The winner has been decided. You have lost the first round. Hua Yanluo withdrew her fighting energy, and her pretty face was full of killing intent. Although she had won this round, it was not an easy win. She had to use the inheritance of Celestial Fox and a holy weapon to defeat Qin. But a win was a win. A good start meant that she only needed to win one more round in the next 2 rounds. Under the envious eyes of the crowd, Hua Yanluo walked down the ring proudly like a peacock spreading its tail. On the other hand, although Fengdu had lost the first round, Lu Xueyu did not seem to mind. After checking on Qin's wound, she whispered a few words to the other Celestial Fox Saintess candidate. Qin Yu glanced at the opponent's camp. In the second round, she would be facing the Celestial Fox Saintess candidate named Lu Yunshuang. Chapter 1207. When the innkeeper mentioned Lu Yunshuang, Hua Yanluo and the rest of the audience finally noticed the third Saintess candidate in Feng City. Compared to Lu Xueyu and Qin, this Saintess candidate named Lu Yunshuang was easily overlooked. Those who were a little more attentive would find that when selecting candidates for Saintess in the major cities of the Celestial Fox tribal country, there would always be some who were particularly outstanding, such as Lu Xueyu. Of course, there would be outstanding ones, and naturally, there would be relatively less outstanding ones. The specific reason for this was that a large number of Celestial Fox Saintess candidates had been killed this time, which affected the quality of the candidates. Another reason was that red flowers needed green leaves to set them off. In the eyes of the audience, the masked fox girl from Chengdu and Lu Yunshuang from Feng City were the inconspicuous candidates. Among the 3 Saintess candidates in Feng City, Lu Xueyu was undoubtedly the strongest. Qin, who was the first to fight, was able to force Hua Yanluo to use Celestial Fox's inheritance. Her strength was above average. In comparison, the third Saintess candidate, Lu Yunshuang, paled in comparison to the first 2 in terms of appearance and strength. She was a pale-skinned, short woman. Even when they were fighting for the upper room, she did not say a word. She stood at the side, exuding an aura that said, "I don't exist." However, for some unknown reason, when Yunxing saw that short woman, she had a very strange feeling. The reason for that was because that woman's skin was excessively pale. However, Qin Yu and Hua Yanluo did not notice these details. When Qin Yu saw that her opponent was Lu Yunshuang, she felt more confident. The second round of the competition, Qin Yu from Chengdu versus Lu Yunshuang from Feng City. Qin Yu and Lu Yunshuang had already entered the arena. Yunxing noticed that the corners of Lu Xueyu and Qin's lips curled up subconsciously. Qin Yu was a sorcerer who specialized in wind-type magic. However, when she faced Layman Laymo earlier, she deliberately hid her strength and did not show her true strength. Hua Yanluo had won the previous round. This time, Qin Yu naturally did not want to lose to her. Chains of wind, Qin Yu chanted. 6 magical soul stones lit up on the magic scepter in her hand. They were all wind-type soul stones. Who would have thought that the fence-sitter Qin Yu was also a sky magician? Yunxing could not help but be a little surprised. Qin Yu lived up to her reputation as a wind magician. A few seconds after she finished her incantation, dense green wind magic elements quickly formed around her. Several green wind chains slithered around her like agile snakes. Seal. Qin Yu moved as if she was stepping on the wind. Her chains danced as she attacked Lu Yunshuang. At this moment, Lu Yunshuang made a very strange reaction, causing everyone present to widen their eyes. She didn't even try to evade the attack. Instead, she attacked the wind chains with her bare hands. You're courting death. Qin Yu waved her magic scepter, and the chain of wind suddenly turned into many wind snakes as thick as a bowl. The wind snake opened its mouth wide and was about to swallow Lu Yunshuang's hand. This is... Outside the window, the old patriarch of the 9 Phoenix race glanced sideways. Yunxing's brows twitched. Lu Yunshuang's hand had already touched the wind snakes transformed from the chain of wind, but the wind snakes did not swallow Lu Yunshuang's hand. At the spot where Lu Yunchuang's fingers touched, the wind snakes with their bloody mouths wide open were instantly frozen. The air was suddenly filled with an icy chill. Lu Yunchuang let out a delicate cry. The wind snakes turned into ice snakes and crashed to the ground, shattering into several pieces. What kind of demonic combat technique is this? Hua Yanluo, who was watching from below, jumped up. Everyone could see that Lu Yunchuang's touch just now did not have any magical fluctuations. It could only be a combat technique. However, even a martial artist like Hua Yanluo could not tell what kind of combat technique it was. That shouldn't be a combat technique. Yun Xing could clearly see that Lu Yunchuang had only touched the wind snakes just now. She did not use any magical powers or combat aura. That terrifying freezing power was not a result of magic or combat technique. It was more like a strange power that she was born with. Could this young lady be an ice fox? The innkeeper who acted as the referee could not help but click his tongue. The ice fox was a very small branch of the celestial fox tribe. This kind of fox was rare and was said to have gone extinct many years ago. Every ice fox was born with a mysterious freezing power. If one did not go through a special baptism, they would turn into ice as soon as they came into contact with the body of an ice fox. Lu Yunchuang thought that this was the ice fox tribe. No wonder she could freeze the wind snakes as soon as she attacked. When the innkeeper said this, everyone suddenly understood. I didn't expect that this time, even the descendants of the ice fox tribe would come to participate in the selection of Saintess candidates. How many years has it been since a descendant of the ice fox has been seen in the 8 Desolates continent? The Nine Wang clan leader said as he stroked his chin. Master, although the ice fox clan is very rare, if the young chief marries an ice fox, wouldn't he become an icicle? The 2 subordinates of the Nine Wang clan's chief had faces of speechlessness. The Nine Wang clan leader must have gone crazy from wanting to have a great-grandchild. He must never marry a woman from the ice fox tribe. Qin Yu, who was still in the middle of the competition, had a hard time. When she heard that this inconspicuous Lu Yunchuang was actually from the ice fox tribe, her pretty face turned ashen and she complained incessantly in her heart. She had thought that she had picked up a soft persimmon, but unexpectedly, she had picked up an ice fox who would freeze anyone to death on sight. No wonder Lu Xueyu and Chen Qi were so assured to let Lu Yunchuang go second. They clearly knew that Lu Yunchuang, who had the body of an ice fox, would win no matter who she met. After Lu Yunchuang killed the wind snakes with her bare hands, she turned and pounced on Qin Yu. She had just arrived when her 5 fingers landed on Qin Yu's right arm as if she was picking a flower. Qin Yu felt an icy aura that made her limbs go numb. Wait, I admit defeat. Qin Yu screamed. She did not care about the competition and immediately admitted defeat. A thin layer of icy blue ice quickly formed on her right arm. She could feel her blood freezing. The competition had not started for long, but Qin Yu had no choice but to admit defeat. There was no way she could fight this competition at all. Qin Yu would rather face Lu Xueyu directly than compete with this frozen Lu Yunchuang. Useless thing. Hua Yanluo was so angry that her nose almost became crooked. Although she scolded her, Hua Yanluo also knew that Qin Yu had no choice. Against an ice fox tribe with such an abnormal constitution, even she could only admit defeat, let alone Qin Yu. Although it was embarrassing to admit defeat, it was better than being frozen into an ice cube. Qin Yu admitted defeat, but her right arm had already been frozen. If it stayed frozen for an entire night, her right arm would be crippled. Lu Yunchuang, why is the ice still spreading? Qin Yu was so frightened that her face turned pale. Yun Xing glanced at Qin Yu's right arm. The ice was still spreading. Chapter 1208. Seeing that the freezing aura had quickly spread to Qin Yu's entire right arm and was even showing signs of spreading to the other parts of her body, Yun Xing pulled out a few needles from her hand. Although she did not like Qin Yu, they were in the same boat now. She could not leave her in the lurch. Under the influence of the freezing aura, Qin Yu's expression turned increasingly ugly. Her originally red lips had turned pale. If this continued, in a few hours, she would completely turn into an ice woman. Qin Yu stopped Lu Yunshuang. There's no solution. Lu Yunshuang walked past Qin Yu, showing no intention of saving her. It was not that Lu Yunshuang was unwilling to save Qin Yu, but the Frost Fox's cold constitution and the usual water-type ice magic were something that even Lu Yunshuang herself had no way of dispelling. Let me take a look. Just as Qin Yu was about to cry, Yunsheng walked up to her. What are you doing? Qin Yu screamed. All she saw was Yunsheng pulling out a few needles as if she was performing a magic trick. Yunsheng's pupils shrank. A golden light flashed in her dark eyes. Qin Yu's hand was magnified countless times before her eyes. Her clothes, skin, muscles, and blood vessels were magnified inch by inch. Yunsheng saw a few streaks of icy blue cold aura on Qin Yu's arm, which were spreading to other parts of her body. Qin Yu's vision blurred. She felt a stinging pain on her arm, as if she was being stung by bees. The needles in Yunsheng's hand had already pierced into several major acupuncture points on her arm. Strangely enough, as soon as the needles entered Qin Yu's hand, the ice on her arm melted at the speed of snow melting. Her skin gradually returned to its normal color, and her hands became more nimble. Ah, it's done. Thank God. I really thought I was going to die this time. Qin Yu felt the sensation in her arm return, and the color of her lips returned. Only then did she smile again. Yunsheng's needles looked ordinary, but when she inserted them just now, she had already infused them with the power of karmic fire. Although the Ice Fox clan's frost physique was very strong, under the effect of the divine lotus hellfire, the frost physique was easily dispelled. When Lu Yunshuang saw that Yunsheng had dispelled her freezing effect with a single move, her expression did not change at all from the start of the match until she won. However, a rare ripple of emotion appeared on her face. The old patriarch of the Nine Phoenix tribe also raised his eyebrows. When Yunsheng applied the needles just now, her technique was very fast. Even the Nine Phoenix old patriarch did not see it carefully. Everyone looked over and thought that it was Yunsheng's medical skills that dissolved the freezing effect. The outcome of the second round has been decided. Do you still want to continue? Lu Shuiyu walked out and said arrogantly. 1 win and 1 loss. Such a result meant that there was still a need for a third round. Only then did Hua Yen Luo and Qin Yu understand that the 3 candidates for the Holy Maiden of Plentiful City were deliberately arranged in this way. In the first round, they sent out the weakest one. They had already planned to win 2 rounds in a row in the next 2 rounds. Lu Yunshuang was their hidden trump card. Whoever met her would lose. I can't believe there's still a third round. What a blunder. Hua Yen Luo was very depressed. I think you should just admit defeat and hand over the inheritance. That piece of trash wants to compete with me. Inferior half-beastmen are inferior half-beastmen. Mixed blood hybrids will never be able to win against purebred half-beastmen. Although Lu Shuiyu saw Yunsheng's medical skills were just medical skills. So what if she was a half-beastman with a skill? She was still a lowly half-beastman. Anyone could see that the veiled woman who still retained her half-fox human form was the weakest among the 3 candidates in Sangdu. We admit. Hua Yen Luo bit her lip, unwilling to admit defeat. So what if she's a mixed blood? I'll let you know today. A mixed blood can still defeat a purebred. Yunsheng said softly as she lifted her veil gently. It was a soft sentence, but it clearly spread throughout the courtyard. It was as if a rock had broken through the heavens. It made everyone present, including the 9 Phoenix old patriarch and the others who were coldly watching from upstairs, stunned. Some people even had the urge to dig their ears to see if they had heard wrongly. Just now, that beast human had dared to provoke Lu Shuiyu. The 9 Phoenix clan leader glanced at Yunsheng with interest. What did you say? I dare you to say it again. Lu Shuiyu had never been humiliated by a beast human. I say, Hua Yen Luo, you've said before that you'll be rewarded according to your efforts. Does that still count? Yun Xing deliberately ignored Lu Shuiyu's question. Instead, she turned around lazily and asked Hua Yen Luo. Lu Shuiyu was furious. If not for the fact that everyone was watching, Lu Shuiyu would have killed this celestial fox beast human on the spot. You want to participate in the third round? Your opponent is Lu Shuiyu. Hua Yen Luo had an illusion. Could it be that Lu Yunshuang had not frozen Qin Yu's right arm, but this cowardly ghost doctor's head? This woman's brain was obviously not working well. Not only did she want to participate in the competition, but she also spoke arrogantly and provoked Lu Shuiyu. Of course it counts. You still have the mood to ask this at a time like this? Hua Yen Luo stammered. It's good that it counts. If I win the third round by luck, does that mean that I'll also be able to learn from the celestial fox's inheritance that I won? Yun Xing asked again. Are you kidding me? How can you possibly defeat her? If you defeat her, not only will you win the inheritance, I will also pass on my inheritance to you, Hua Yen Luo snorted and blurted out without hesitation. Hua Yen Luo would never believe that a lowly beast human who only knew how to run away could defeat Lu Shuiyu, a purebred celestial fox. What a joke, Hua Yen Luo. This lowly beast human's brain is not working well, and you're not working well either. She won't be a match for me even in her next life. A thin layer of anger floated on Lu Shuiyu's face. 3 moves. Yun Xing's figure flashed, and the crowd only saw a blur before she was already standing in the arena. 3 moves. Everyone's face was filled with shock. I can defeat you in just 3 moves. Yun Xing's words caused the entire courtyard to erupt into an uproar. This woman, is there really something wrong with her brain? She actually said that she can defeat Shuiyu in 3 moves. Chen Qi whispered into Lu Yunshuang's ear, especially from Fengdu's side. Not necessarily, Lu Yunshuang, who had always been a woman of few words, glanced at Yun Xing in the arena and spat out these 2 words. Lu Shuiyu's eyeballs protruded slightly from anger, and her body trembled slightly from embarrassment. Under Lu Shuiyu's sleeves, her originally delicately manicured fingernails had strangely grown a few inches. Strange patterns had appeared on her fingernails. This damned lowly beast human had actually dared to humiliate her like this. No one could come out unscathed after humiliating her, Lu Shuiyu. 3 moves, right? Alright. Just 1 move and she, Lu Shuiyu, would kill this lowly beast human. Chapter 1209. Lu Shuiyu leaped forward like an arrow, and she also jumped onto the stage. Her eyes were cold as ice. She looked at Yun Xing slowly and murderous intent rose in her eyes. This celestial fox half-beast human was really reckless. Facing Lu Shuiyu's murderous eyes, Yun Xing, who was wearing a veil, looked indifferent. The innkeeper, who was acting as the referee, was sandwiched between the 2 women. He had goosebumps on his face for no reason. He could feel the dagger-like gazes flying back and forth between the 2 women. The third round of the competition begins. Lu Shuiyu took a step forward and her murderous intent gushed out like a flood. Rip! There was a sound of clothes tearing on her right arm. His arm, which was as white as jade, had undergone a shocking change. Lu Shuiyu's hand expanded several times and turned into a fox claw full of hair and sharp as a blade. The moment the fox claw touched the ground, numerous sharp doqi ripples appeared around the claw, as though a rock had been thrown into a lake. The fox claw was like an indestructible spear. It attacked Yun Xing at a speed and trajectory that was difficult to be seen by the naked eye. Yun Xing could see that Lu Shuiyu was different from before at a glance. Her suddenly changed arm gave Yun Xing an illusion. It was very similar to the Qilin arm of the Black Qilin tribe that Yun Xing had seen earlier. Yunxing seemed to know that the fox claw was not to be underestimated. A pair of wind wings immediately appeared behind her back. She took a series of exquisite steps and dodged Lu Shuayu's fox claw attack. That's Yama's fox claw, Lu Shuayu's celestial fox inheritance. Below the arena, Hua Yanluo and Qin Yu's faces changed from red to pale. They did not expect that Lu Shuayu would use the celestial fox inheritance on the coward Yunsheng without any explanation. Celestial fox's inheritance was also divided into different levels. For example, Hua Yanluo's inheritance could only be regarded as a very ordinary inheritance. However, Lu Shuayu's fox claw was different. The Yama fox claw could instantly increase a person's attack power by more than 10 times. It was said that the sharpness of the Yama fox claw could destroy a saint-level defensive artifact with a single claw. Although Yunsheng's night demon footwork was exquisite, her Yama fox claws were also inexhaustible. Clang! Yunsheng used her magic scepter to block a Yama fox claw. There was a spark between the scepter and the fox's claw, and a small cut was made on the bone enchanting scepter by the extremely hard fox's claw. One move had already passed, so there were only 2 moves left. Yunsheng frowned. She had previously boasted that she could defeat Lu Shuayu in 3 moves. If she could not defeat Lu Shuayu in 3 moves, she would still lose. There were only 2 moves left. How could she block Lu Shuayu's attack and defeat her at the same time? In a flash, Lu Shuayu's claw arrived again. Dark Heavenly Thorn. Yunsheng saw it accurately, and the soul stone on the magic scepter flashed. Above the clear sky, there was a sudden clap of thunder, and a dark, thorny lightning bolt that looked like the roots of an old tree broke through the sky. There was a loud rumble, and it shot towards Lu Shuayu. Super spell, Dark Heavenly Thorn. This name flashed across everyone's mind. As a mage, Qin Yu only felt that her mind was blank for a moment. That cowardly half-orc could actually use such a powerful super spell in an instant. The powerful dark magic power rushed towards Lu Shuayu. There was no fear on her face, and the strange incantation on the fox's claw glowed. A red light flashed on the fox's claw, and the 5 claws tore through the air. The powerful qi tore the dark heavenly thorn apart, and the black dark heavenly thorn was cut into several pieces. What? Yunsheng was shocked. She did not expect that her dark heavenly thorn was actually unable to defeat Lu Shuayu. This was the celestial fox's inheritance. There is only 1 move left. Lowly half-orc, let me send you to hell. Lu Shuayu smiled sinisterly. There was only madness left on her originally beautiful face. Not good. As the referee, the inn owner sensed the strong murderous intent on Lu Shuayu's body. It was agreed that this competition would stop when it was over. Lu Shuayu had the intention to kill. There was only 1 move left. If even the super spell, Dark Heavenly Thorn, could not kill her, then the rest, Demon God Transformation. A thought flashed through Yunsheng's mind. Without any hesitation, Yunsheng held the magic scepter in her hand horizontally in front of her. Lu Shuayu had already pressed forward, and the demon god's fox claw, which was surging with the smell of blood, swept towards Yunsheng's throat with its sharp claws. At such a close distance, even if someone wanted to stop it, it was already too late. Suddenly, a black light rose from Yunsheng's magic scepter. A dazzling light appeared above her head, and the entire sky darkened in an instant. It was as if there was a dark cloud that covered the sky and blocked the sun in the sky all of a sudden. The people who were originally paying attention to the battle situation in the arena could not help but raise their heads. The sky was gray and hazy, and there was a black cloud. No, that was not a cloud, that was a Dharma soul. A powerful dark Dharma soul that had never been seen before emitted a dark magic power that was like 1,000 feet of light. Demon God Transformation, Azura Thorn. Countless thorns suddenly drilled out of the clouds like a rainstorm. They gathered together and formed a super dark heavenly thorn, the Azura thorn that was dozens of times more terrifying. The Azura thorn pierced through the air and pierced towards Lu Xueyu. All of this happened too quickly. Only when the dark power whizzed over did a look of horror appear in Lu Xueyu's eyes. She had never thought that she would actually lose to an inferior half-orc one day, and lose in such an ugly manner. In an instant, the arena was destroyed by the terrifying dark power, and a burst of rocks shook. The air wave overturned everyone, and one by one, they fell to the ground. When everyone opened their eyes again, the courtyard of the inn had already been razed to the ground. The inn owner's face was stiff, and the expression on his face was uglier than if he were crying. The trees in the courtyard, and even the houses on both sides, were all damaged. The original position of the arena had already become a huge pit that was close to 1,000 feet deep. Above the pit, a person stood in the air. Her veil fluttered, revealing the beautiful curve of her chin. Her clothes were a little tattered, and there was some dust on her face, but this did not detract from the fact. Sangdu's Saintess candidate had won. Sangdu's inferior half-orc celestial fox Saintess candidate had defeated Fengdu's Lu Xueyu. At the bottom of the pit, Lu Xueyu was like a piece of trash, charred black. Her clothes were tattered, and her appearance could not be seen clearly. I said it would only take 3 moves, Yunxing spat out a sentence. At that moment, in everyone's eyes, this unknown Sangdu's Saintess candidate was like a god. Her black eyes shone like the brightest stars in the sky before dawn. Chapter 12:10. She lost, Lu Xueyu actually lost. At the moment when the result of the competition was announced, Chen Qi of Fengdu thought that she had heard wrongly. The soldiers of Fengdu hurriedly rescued Lu Xueyu. But when they saw Lu Xueyu's situation, they all looked solemn. Lu Xueyu, who was unconscious, in addition to the injuries on her body, had the most serious injury on her hand. Because of the power of Celestial Fox's inheritance, her right hand, which had transformed into the Yama Fox Claw, was directly smashed into powder by the terrible Azura thorns. Lu Xueyu's right hand was destroyed. Fengdu, this time the gains do not make up for the losses. The onlookers on the side all shook their heads and sighed. Among them, there was no lack of some Celestial Fox Saintess candidates from other capital cities who were gloating. If it was said that Lu Xueyu was very likely to become the Celestial Fox Saintess because of her appearance, strength, and the protection of the elders, then after this battle, anyone could see that Lu Xueyu, who had lost a hand, could no longer become the Celestial Fox Saintess. Without Lu Xueyu and Fengdu, no one else had the ability to become the Celestial Fox Saintess. For the sake of a few rooms, she had overestimated herself and her right hand was destroyed by an inferior half-orc. Lu Xueyu was really the #1 fool in the world. While lamenting Lu Xueyu's stupidity, the other candidates of Saintess candidates also looked at Yun Sheng with a look of avoidance. Earlier, their views were similar to Lu Xueyu's. They would not treat an inferior half-orc as a competitor at all. But now, it seemed that the real person did not reveal herself. This half-orc with a veil might be a big dark horse in this Celestial Fox Saintess candidate. So powerful. Hua Yanluo and Qin Yu felt like they had swallowed a few flies in one mouthful. After a long time, they spat out a sentence. The way they looked at Yun Sheng had changed from disdain to disbelief, and then to horror. It turned out that this woman was so powerful. They clearly remembered that on the way to Hu City, they had given Yun Sheng a lot of looks, especially Hua Yanluo. She had been pointing fingers at Yun Sheng along the way. Now that he thought about it, he was also scared. No wonder General Tsang was so respectful to Yun Sheng along the way. This woman was clearly Tsangdu's military advisor, Heshai, who had deliberately placed her in the escort team. The result of the competition is out. Innkeeper, please announce the result. After Yun Sheng defeated Lu Xueyu, she did not show much joy. Wait. Chen Qi from Fengdu was unwilling to give up. She took a step forward and pointed at Yun Sheng. How dare you? Before the competition started, we had already agreed on 3 points. We said that this time, the competition will end when the competition ends. You, a little half-beast human, actually dared to disobey the rules of the competition and hurt Shuiyu. Lu Shuiyu relied on the fact that she was the granddaughter of Elder Lu from the Elders Guild and was the absolute leader of the Saintess candidates in Fengdu this time. But now, because she fought for a few rooms, she had become a cripple. If Elder Lu knew about this, Chen Qi and the others would not be able to bear the consequences. Thus, Chen Qi put all the blame on Yun Sheng. What a joke. A few hundred pairs of eyes saw it. Just now, it was clearly Lu Shuiyu who attacked first. I was forced to retaliate out of self-defense. Or is it that the life of a half-beast human is worthless compared to the life of a beast man? Yun Sheng's eyes darkened as she coldly stared at Chen Qi. Although the Netherworld Ghost King had taught Yun Sheng the demon god transformation, this was the first time Yun Sheng had used the demon god transformation to transform her Dharma soul. Lu Shuiyu had attacked ruthlessly again. Under such circumstances, Yun Sheng had already been merciful by not killing Lu Shuiyu in one move. Chen Qi was pestering her like a mad dog, and Yun Sheng was already somewhat displeased. Apart from questioning Chen Qi, Yun Sheng's words had a deeper meaning. They were meant for the ears of the few hundred onlookers present. Many of these onlookers were half-beast humans. They had been discriminated against and bullied by the beast men for many years, and this had long made them feel indignant. That's right. This Saintess candidate is right. We all saw it. It was Lu Shuiyu who attacked first. Don't embarrass yourself if you're not as skilled as others. Go back to your Feng city. The half-beast humans were enraged, and their voices of reprimand were incessant. Chen Qi's expression was ugly, and Lu Yunshuang only looked on coldly from the sidelines. Humph, what a sharp-tongued girl. Just as the people of Feng City were at a loss of what to do, a cold voice broke the silence. An old man in luxurious clothes rushed in with several guards. Elder Lu, it's good that you're here. You must seek justice for Shuiyu. Her hand. When she saw the old man, Chen Qi rushed forward as if she had seen her savior. As she spoke, Chen Qi began to cry. When they saw the members of the Celestial Fox Tribal Nation's Elders Guild appear, the half-beast humans who had been making a racket earlier all fell silent. Their gazes on the people of Tsangdu changed from initial support to sympathy. Everyone knew that in whose city, other than the clan leader, the Elders Guild had the most power. Today's competition had actually alarmed the Elders Guild. The people of Tsangdu would probably have a hard time in whose city from now on. Elder Lu was Lu Shuiyu's grandfather. He had very sharp eyes and ears in whose city. Just now, he heard that the Saintess candidates from Feng City, led by Lu Shuiyu, had fought with the 3 Saintess candidates from Tsangdu. Elder Lu did not take this matter to heart at first. Who would have thought that he would later receive news that Lu Shuiyu had lost? Not only had she lost, but her hand had also been crippled. Seeing his granddaughter in such a state, Elder Lu's anger rose from the bottom of his heart. He glanced viciously at Yun Sheng, Hua Yanluo, and Qin Yu one by one. In the end, he fixed his eyes on Yun Sheng, who looked the most indifferent. I can give you a clear answer to what you said just now. In whose city, a dirty half-beast human like you is not allowed to behave atrociously. Elder Lu noticed Yun Sheng's fox ears and fox tail. A lowly half-beast human dared to hurt his precious granddaughter. He glared angrily, and his figure shot out explosively. The strength of the Elders Guild of Celestial Fox was naturally not to be underestimated. Yun Sheng had just gone through a tough battle, so her magic power had been consumed. She was shocked and was about to summon the King of Evil Spirits. Elder Lu, wait. At this moment, a loud voice, accompanied by a figure, suddenly appeared in front of Yun Sheng. Elder Lu's hand was blocked by someone. There was actually someone in whose city who dared to stop Elder Lu. An amiable old man stood between Yunsheng and Elder Lu. When he saw the old man, Elder Lu's face twitched as if he had seen something unbelievable. "You! Why are you here? It's the last day of the month. The monthly ticket will be invalid. Please knock me out." Chapter 12:11. Elder Lu's attack just now had the intention to kill. So what if he killed 8 or 10 half-beastmen in whose city? As long as the clan leader and the elders did not come personally, no one could do anything to him. However, Elder Lu did not expect that at this critical moment, someone would appear. Moreover, this person was even more difficult to deal with than the current clan leader of the Celestial Fox people, Hu Qianqiu. "Ha, I heard that the Celestial Fox Saintess selection ceremony was very lively this time, so I rushed over to join in the fun. Now that I've seen you today, it was indeed a worthwhile trip." That being said, Elder Lu, in the duel earlier, this old man clearly saw that it was indeed your granddaughter who executed the killing blow first. This young lady was only forced to do so. Your granddaughter is the one who doesn't abide by the rules. The old man looked very amiable, but there was an irresistible majesty in his words. In other words, not only was Yunsheng not wrong, it was Lu Shuiyu, whose right hand was crippled, who was at fault. Even Elder Lu understood that this old man was clearly standing on Sangdu's side. Elder Lu's gloominess could be said to be endless. He finally understood that his granddaughter, Lu Shuiyu, had no chance at all. The outside world might not know what the Celestial Fox Saintess selection ceremony was for, but as a member of the Celestial Fox Elders Council, Elder Lu was very clear about it. To put it bluntly, the Celestial Fox Saintess selection ceremony this time was for the grandson of this elder in front of him, who was also the young clan leader of the 9-1 tribe, to choose a wife. This old clan leader actually came to Hu City personally to watch the Saintess selection ceremony this time. The most terrible thing was that his granddaughter actually made the killing move right under his nose. Now, even if he had 100 mouths, he could not explain himself. Thinking of this, Elder Lu was disheartened. At the same time, he hated the culprits who had caused this situation, Yunsheng and Sangdu's people. He thought to himself, "Sangdu, don't be too complacent. When the Celestial Fox Saintess selection ceremony officially begins, I'll teach you a lesson. Since you can testify, then there must be something wrong with Shuiyu. This old man apologizes on behalf of my granddaughter, Shuiyu." Elder Lu's attitude had undergone a 360-degree change. This stunned Sangdu, Fengdu, and everyone else present. When had they ever seen Elder Lu of the Council of Elders bow his head and apologize to someone? Elder Lu apologized with his mouth, but there was a knot in his chest. After apologizing, he ordered people to take Lu Shuiyu and Feng Du away in a sorry state. A soul-stirring competition came to an end just like that. Yunsheng looked at the old man curiously. She saw that the old man's sideburns were gray, and he looked very old. However, his pair of old eyes were 30% benevolent and 70% wise. One look and she knew that he was not a simple person. Even the people of Celestial Fox's Council of Elders had to be courteous to him. Who exactly was this old man? "Hehe, you're Sangdu's Celestial Fox Saintess candidate. You're a dark magician." The 9 Phoenix clan leader rushed out when he saw Elder Lu making things difficult for Yunsheng. Even the 9 Phoenix clan leader did not detect the demon god transformation that Yunsheng used just now. He only knew that Yunsheng was a gifted dark magician. Unlike the prejudice against dark magicians in the Boundless Land, in the 8 Wastelands continent, dark magicians were the same as other magicians. As long as their strength was tyrannical, they would be respected. Previously, the 9 Phoenix clan leader saw that Yunsheng's medical skills were not bad. Then, he saw her shockingly powerful dark magicians and had some impression of her. Unfortunately, that eyesore of a veil blocked the clan leader's eyes. He could not see Yunsheng's specific appearance clearly. The clan leader felt a little regretful. This old man's gaze looked so gossipy. Yes, I am from Sangdu. Thank you for your help just now. Yun Sheng was a little embarrassed by the 9 Phoenix clan leader's stare. She could only lightly cough a few times. You're welcome, you're welcome. This old man hates pure-blooded beastmen the most. Don't worry, this old man and this old man's grandson do not discriminate against beastmen at all. The 9 Phoenix clan leader did not mind Yun Sheng's celestial fox beastman identity at all. So what if she had a pair of fox ears and a fox tail? It looked pretty good. How should I address you? Yun Sheng was confused. She was just thanking him. What did it have to do with his grandson? You can call me old man. I say, young lady, what's your name? How old are you this year? Where do you live? Do you have parents, brothers, and sisters at home? The 9 Phoenix clan leaders' questions were asked in one breath, without even a pause. Fortunately, there was still a veil on Yun Sheng's face. Otherwise, the 9 Phoenix clan leader would have found that Yun Sheng's face had been frozen. Master, it's getting late. You also promised to attend the banquet. The 2 people of the 9 Phoenix clan on the side really could not stand it anymore. The gaze of their old clan leader was as if he had already regarded this celestial fox beast man, whose appearance was not even clear, as his future granddaughter-in-law. If the young clan leader saw this scene, he was afraid that his brain would be congested with blood. The 2 people pulled the gossipy 9 Phoenix clan leader away. Little girl, you have to work hard. You must enter the final selection of the Holy Maiden. This old man is very optimistic about you. Before leaving, the 9 Phoenix clan leader did not forget to look back and shouted at Yun Sheng. Inside the inn, it was finally quiet and cheerless. Looking at the devastation on the ground, the innkeeper's face was full of pain. Hua Yenluo and Qin Yu had not recovered from the dramatic change just now. The competition is over. According to the agreement just now, 2 celestial fox inheritances. Yun Sheng walked in front of Hua Yenluo. Hua Yenluo suddenly remembered this matter. Earlier, she had made a promise in front of Yun Sheng, saying that as long as she defeated Lu Shuiyu, she would. At this time, Hua Yenluo's intestines were green with regret. She really wanted to give herself a few hard slaps. She had risked her life and even put her only celestial fox inheritance on the line, but in the end, she had made a wedding dress for someone else. Lu Shuiyu's celestial fox inheritance and the celestial fox inheritance that she only remembered, in the end, would all be given to Yun Sheng. You. Take it. I don't believe that you can learn it. Hua Yenluo was furious, but after seeing Yun Sheng's strength, she did not dare to disobey Yun Sheng. She could only stomp her feet and stare at Yun Sheng. According to the agreement, Yun Sheng finally received 2 celestial fox inheritances. Qin Yu, who was standing at the side, was also unwilling. She looked at Yun Sheng enviously as she took the 2 boxes with the celestial fox inheritances from the innkeeper. Chapter 12:12. When the 9 Phoenix clan leader walked out of the inn, one of his 2 subordinates walked up to him. Old clan leader, did you sleep with that woman just now? But she's only a beast man, and she doesn't seem to have any background. Everyone could see that the beast man woman had seriously injured Lu Shuiyu, and the vengeful elder Lu wouldn't let it go easily. So what if she's a beast man? Don't forget, in the Bakra orcs, strength is everything. If Elder Lu wants to scheme, then go ahead. If she can't even control a mere celestial fox clan leader, then that girl is too weak. The 9 Phoenix clan leader chuckled. But old clan leader, that woman is too sharp. With such a character, she might not be qualified to be the young clan leader's wife. The 9 Phoenix clan wasn't a low-level beast clan like the celestial fox clan. As the future wife of the 9 Phoenix clan's young clan leader, other than being able to convince the 9 Phoenix clan, she also needed to be able to deal with the other 2 high-level beast clans. In the eyes of the 2 subordinates of the 9 Phoenix clan leader, that celestial fox beast man had offended Elder Lu despite knowing that she was in whose city. She was young and impetuous, and didn't know when to advance or retreat. You're wrong. Endure when necessary. Don't tell me you want your future young clan leader's wife to be a coward. Besides, didn't you see that the Beastman woman is very clever? She didn't reveal herself at first, but in the end, in order to fight for the inheritance of the 2 celestial fox clans, she stood out. This is a classic case of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. I like this temper. The 9 Phoenix clan leader was so angry that he glared at his 2 subordinates. The 9 Phoenix clan leader wouldn't tell his 2 subordinates. Back then, when he was fighting for the clan leader's position, he was also inconspicuous at first. It wasn't until his clan brothers fought to the death that he shocked the world and took the position of clan leader. His grandson, Green, was talented and had enough prestige in the clan. It was just that he was spoiled since young and was too arrogant. He needed someone to teach him a lesson. This celestial fox half-beast woman seemed to be a good wife. Right now, the most important thing was how to make his grandson and that rebellious girl like each other. The old patriarch of the Jolan clan had a scheming look on his face. His 2 subordinates looked at each other, shook their heads helplessly, and followed. While the 9 Phoenix clan leader was observing the prospective granddaughter-in-law in Hoodoo, Yaoji and Grey Feather had already found the young clan leader Green. Because his grandfather arranged the marriage without permission, Green left the tribe in anger. At this time, he temporarily stayed in the D clan. Your subordinates have failed to complete the task. Please punish us, young patriarch. Yaoji and Huiyu knelt in front of Green. The man in front of him did not speak immediately. He tilted his head and pondered. Yaoji raised her head slightly and stole a glance at Green. The young patriarch of the 9 Phoenix clan had been very good-looking since he was a child. A few years ago, he was still a young boy, but his eyebrows, eyes, and nose were all exquisite. When he recovered his inheritance and integrated part of the power of the 9 Phoenix Kings Sorira, his outline also changed. Although he was no longer young, he gained a kind of breathtaking masculine beauty. The current Green was like a canary that had transformed into a soaring eagle, striking fear into the hearts of those who looked at it. Get up. This time, it's not your fault. No one can change my grandfather's temper. Green rubbed his good-looking eyebrows. He had heard from the 9 Phoenix clan that his willful grandfather had gone to the Celestial Fox tribal country. Because of this, his good friend, Violet, even mocked him unkindly. Needless to say, Green knew that his grandfather must have gone to watch the selection of the Celestial Fox Saintess. Perhaps, as Z had said, the old man would bring back a granddaughter-in-law as soon as he came back. Speaking of the Celestial Fox Saintess, Green's mind naturally substituted a pronoun, trash and coquettish. The trash was naturally the previous Celestial Fox Saintess, Hu Sheng. Although they were both the young patriarch and saintess of the Bakra orcs and had been baptized by the beast deity at the beast god altar since young, Green did not have any impression of that trash saintess, Hu Sheng. Green did not even have any memory of how many eyes and nose she had. It was probably because that woman had no sense of existence. The coquettish was Hu Linglong. Because she was Hu Sheng's close relative, Hu Linglong entered the beast god altar with Hu Sheng. But different from Hu Sheng who had no sense of existence, Hu Linglong had too much sense of existence. Wherever Green appeared, there would definitely be Hu Linglong. If it were not for Z at that time, Hu Linglong would have stuck to him even tighter. It was also because of Hu Linglong that Green hated the Celestial Fox women so much. But his grandfather just had to make some **T agreement with the old patriarch of the Celestial Fox tribe. Green had the urge to vomit blood, but it was not good for him to lose his temper in front of his subordinates. He could only tighten his handsome face and appear even colder. Young patriarch, we have another thing to report. Actually, this time, even if the old patriarch did not order us to be recalled, our assassination plan would have failed halfway. Yaoji bit her red lips. Although she was unwilling to give up, she still told Green everything that had happened on the way. Your Yanhua Wan was killed by a female doctor in the Tsangdu guards. She summoned a subdivine beast. Green raised his eyes. Yaoji had grown up with him since young. Green had always been clear about her ability. Her strength was comparable to the first-class masters of the 9-1 tribe. With such skills, it should be easy for her to kill those weak celestial fox saintess candidates. But who knew that she would be defeated by a half-orc female doctor who had not even completely evolved her fox form? Unfortunately, Yaoji and Grey Feather did not know the specific origin of that woman. They only knew that she was from Tsangdu. In their impression, Tsangdu was just a very ordinary capital city in the celestial fox tribe. Could it be that there was a summoner with amazing strength hidden in Tsangdu? That half-orc female doctor must be strange. It has been a long time since a subdivine beast appeared on the continent. But rest assured, young patriarch. Next time, if Yaoji meets that woman again, I will definitely be able to avenge the humiliation, Yaoji said while gnashing her teeth. You will have this opportunity soon. Green did not take it seriously. Yaoji was a vengeful person. To be bullied by an inferior celestial fox half-orc was a disgrace to both Yaoji and the 9-1 tribe. Young patriarch, what do you mean? Yaoji was taken aback. You too, follow me to the celestial fox tribe. Green would not allow his grandfather to fool around there. The selection of celestial fox saintess. He would not let it be held so smoothly. A new month, I'm begging for a good start. After April 9th, I'll add it all up. Chapter 12-13. The battle between the old patriarch of the 9 Phoenix tribe and the young patriarch of the 9 Phoenix tribe was ongoing. On the other hand, Qian Lang did not know about the fight between Yun Sheng, Hua Yan Luo, and the 3 candidates of the Saintess of Fengdu until he returned to the inn that night. You injured Elder Lu's granddaughter. Qian Lang felt as if the sky had collapsed when he heard the news. What surprised him even more was that the person who defeated Lu Shuiyu was not Hua Yan Luo or Qin Yu, but the half-orc female doctor, Yun Sheng. That's right, Lord Qian Lang. That woman has been hiding very well. She's in big trouble this time. We're all going to die because of her. Feng Lian, she even pretended to be you and participated as a candidate of the Celestial Fox Saintess. I think she already planned this. Qin Yu added fuel to the fire in front of Qian Lang. She felt a little regretful when she thought about it afterward. Elder Lu had a great influence in the Council of Elders. She was punished by Elder Lu because she was implicated by Yun Sheng. She was too innocent. At that time, the 3 of us made the decision together. Now, she's the only one to blame. Qin Yu, you're too heartless. Although Hua Yan Luo was also angry that Yun Sheng had obtained 2 celestial fox inheritances and became the biggest winner, she still had her basic principles. Feng Lian glanced at Yun Sheng and did not say anything. Sigh, it's useless to talk about it now. Ladies, especially the ladies from Yunhua Hospital, if there's nothing important, it's better for you not to walk around in Hu City. Qian Lang felt a headache coming on. This matter came too suddenly. He had to write a letter as soon as possible and tell Lord He Si. He would wait and see. Yun Sheng pursed her lips and did not care. Anyway, she did not plan to walk around Hu City since she did not find Night Fox's whereabouts. She obtained 2 celestial fox inheritances and used the devil transformation for the first time. She could go into seclusion before the celestial fox saintess selection ceremony. However, after this competition, Hua Yan Luo and Qin Yu's attitude towards Yun Sheng had changed a lot. Especially Hua Yan Luo, the way she looked at Yun Sheng had changed. Every time she saw Yun Sheng, she would carefully keep a distance from her. This woman even dared to cripple Lu Xueyu with a single heavenly thorn. If she didn't agree with her, she would smash Lu Xueyu to pieces. As Feng Lian was not present, she did not witness Yun Sheng's magic with her own eyes. As for Qin Yu, she had always been a fence-sitter. When she saw that Yun Sheng had obtained 2 celestial fox inheritances, she felt indignant. When Qin Yu returned to her room, she complained to the maid. "Young miss, when you were not around just now, someone sent a letter." When the maid saw her, she hurriedly took out a letter. Qin Yu opened the letter. It was from Elder Lu. "Great, the opportunity has come. It's a letter from Elder Lu." Qin Yu casually read the letter. When she saw the signature at the end, her eyes suddenly lit up. There was always a way out. She was still worried that she would offend Elder Lu because of Yun Sheng. Unexpectedly, Elder Lu said in the letter that as long as she helped him deal with Yun Sheng, he would help Qin Yu during the Celestial Fox Saintess selection ceremony. Elder Lu also said that his granddaughter Lu Xueyu was seriously injured and Fengdu had no hope of winning. Seeing that Qin Yu was beautiful and intelligent, he decided to let Qin Yu replace Lu Xueyu. This letter made Lu Qinyu burst with joy. In Elder Lu's letter, he asked her to investigate Yun Sheng's cultivation method and her weaknesses so that she could deal with Yun Sheng when the time came. That woman is a magician, and a dark magician. As long as Elder Lu can find a light magician, it won't be difficult to deal with her. As for her weaknesses, they should be the demonic beast beside her and the herb-gathering boy. Qin Yu rolled her eyes and immediately wrote a letter. Then she ordered the maid to send it out. "Yun Sheng, why can you, a half-beast celestial fox, have the inheritance of 2 celestial fox? I want you to know that wherever I am, no one can beat me." Qin Yu was complacent. Qin Yu was not the only one who received the same letter. Hua Yanluo also received one. After reading the letter, she remained silent. "Young miss, this is a great opportunity." Hua Yanluo's maid knew that her young miss had never been valued by the Hua family because she was a concubine's daughter. This was a great opportunity for her young miss to turn the tables. "Burn this letter and pretend you didn't see it. No one is allowed to tell anyone that Elder Lu contacted us." Hua Yanluo's words surprised her maid. "Young miss, don't you plan to work with Elder Lu? I'm from Chengdu after all. How can I work for someone from Fengdu? If I betray Chengdu, even if I become the sacred lady, I won't be able to face my family and friends in Chengdu. Besides, I'm the one who started this." That Yun woman just took advantage of the situation. Although Hua Yanluo had a fiery temper, she could still distinguish between right and wrong. Elder Lu was not a kind person to be able to raise a granddaughter like Lu Xueyu. Moreover, there was still Lu Yunshuang in Fengdu. How could Elder Lu help her ascend the throne so easily? Hua Yanluo was a concubine's daughter in the Hua family. She had seen many such tricks in the Hua family. If she worked with Elder Lu, she would not even have a single bone left. Hua Yanluo was not stupid enough to do that. Elder Lu is such a sly old fox. How could he only contact me? If I'm not mistaken, that fence-sitter Qin Yu must have received this letter as well. Who knows, she might even think that this is a great opportunity. Hua Yanluo snorted and burned the letter. In Yun Sheng's room, Baby Sheep and little Yingying, who had been playing outside the whole day, were so tired that they had fallen asleep. In order not to cause too much commotion, Yun Sheng simply entered the exquisite beast pagoda and released her Dharma soul. After experiencing the first demon transformation, Yun Sheng's 6 elemental Dharma soul had become a dark Dharma soul. The energy waves of her Dharma soul had also become more intense. According to the Phantasm Ghost King, successfully changing multiple Dharma Soul's attributes to a single attribute is only the first step of the demon transformation. The most crucial step of the demon transformation is to change a Dharma Soul from a single attribute back to a multi-elemental Dharma Soul. Next is the most crucial step. Can my Dharma Soul return to its 6 elemental Dharma Soul state? Yunxing chanted the incantation for the demon transformation as she conjured the hellfire of the divine lotus in her hand. The indestructible hellfire of the divine lotus enveloped Yunxing. The flames were so scorching that they could even melt purple gold. However, Yunxing felt neither pain nor itch. With the appearance of the hellfire of the divine lotus, the dark Dharma soul let out a sound like that of a trapped beast struggling. The pitch-black dark Dharma soul began to change little by little. Chapter 12-14. Previously, the Phantasm Ghost King had also said that the most crucial step of the demon god transformation was this step. The Dharma soul had returned to its original state. Back then, the Phantasm Ghost King's Dharma soul was unable to return to its original state after undergoing the demon god transformation. In the end, he could only maintain his identity as a dark magician. Because of this, when he was cultivating to break through to the godly realm, he had to undergo many trials and tribulations. In the end, he could only live in the netherworld. Fortunately, he now had someone in his heart, Li Qingcheng, and he gradually let go of the fact that he couldn't complete the demon god transformation. He hoped that Yunxing could help him make up for his regrets. Under the effect of the divine lotus fire, the dark Dharma soul quietly changed. The dark Dharma soul, which was as black as a dark cloud, and the fire, water, wind, and earth elemental Dharma souls gradually recovered. Only when Yunxing's Dharma soul returned to its original state of 6 elemental Dharma souls did she retract the divine lotus fire. Yunxing adjusted the Dharma power in her body. When she carefully examined her Dharma soul, she discovered that her 6 elemental Dharma souls were somewhat different. Originally, among Yunxing's 6 elemental Dharma souls, the dark Dharma soul had the absolute advantage after absorbing the underworld magic spring. The other 4 elemental Dharma souls were ranked in terms of strength: fire, wind, water, and earth. The last one was the light Dharma soul that Yunxing had obtained from Ji Rumo. However, after experiencing the demon god transformation, Yunxing discovered that the light Dharma soul, which was originally negligible, had expanded by quite a bit. It had already grown from the size of a strand of hair to the thickness of a finger. Could it be that the demon god transformation was also beneficial to the purification of the light Dharma soul? Yunxing was pleasantly surprised. This was an unexpected gain for her. Transforming the Dharma soul into the dark Dharma soul is only the first step. Compared to martial artists, the greatest weakness of magicians, other than the strength of their bodies, is that their attributes counter each other. Although dark magicians are very powerful, if they encounter a light magician who is their natural enemy, it will be troublesome. If I can master the demon god transformation in the future, the attributes of my Dharma soul will be able to change freely. When facing enemies, it will definitely be more flexible. Yunxing thought to herself. Even so, practicing the demon god transformation wasn't easy. Besides, Yunxing had already used it once today, so it wasn't appropriate for her to use it again. Yunxing withdrew her Dharma soul and took out 2 more boxes. Those 2 boxes were the 2 types of celestial fox inheritance that she had obtained from Lu Xueyu and Hua Yanluo today. Yunxing had never heard of the legend of the 9-tailed celestial fox, but she adhered to the principle of having more skills. She was very willing to learn more about the celestial fox legacy. If Yunxing's thoughts were heard by Hua Yanluo or Qin Yu, they would definitely be furious. In other people's eyes, the celestial fox's inheritance was hard to come by, but in Yunxing's hands, it was like a cabbage. He casually opened a box with the words "Fox Shadow Traceless" written on it. The Fox Shadow Traceless was the most precious inheritance of the Hua family in Sangdu. According to Hua Yanluo's paper, the Fox Shadow Traceless could create a celestial fox clone. However, celestial fox clones were also divided into different levels. The worst celestial fox clone could only learn the most basic cultivation methods or magic. However, if a cultivator's comprehension was high enough, they could even create a celestial fox clone that was equal in strength to the cultivator. Equal in strength? Yunsheng's eyelids twitched when she read this. Did this mean that her celestial fox clone could also learn her celestial lotus fire and even her summoning skills? Although Hua Yanluo had also learned the fox shadow traceless, judging from the earlier matches, her celestial fox clone was very average. At most, it could only unleash half of Hua Yanluo's strength. If her opponent was not Qin Qi, but Lu Yunshuang or Lu Xueyu, her celestial fox clone might not be of much use. Yun Sheng was already looking forward to her celestial fox clone. This time, Yunsheng spent a full 3 days and 3 nights to comprehend and learn. It was not until the 4th day that she stepped out of the room. Miss Yunhua, I heard that you're in seclusion. Judging by your complexion, you must have achieved something, right? When Qian Lang saw Yunsheng, he greeted her warmly. Feng Lian, on the other hand, glanced at Yunsheng indifferently. You want to learn a celestial fox inheritance in 3 days? Dream on. Hua Yanluo's face was full of disbelief. Back then, when she had learned Fox Shadow, she had spent an entire year before she could control a Sky Fox doppelganger that she could control. Ha, I'm sorry, but I've learned it all. Yunsheng's black eyes sparkled. I told you. You can't possibly. What? You've learned it all. Hua Yanluo's jaw almost dropped. This woman said that she had learned it all. You. Don't tell me you've also learned Lu Xueyu's Yama Fox Claw. Hua Yanluo could not help but gulp. Oh my god, this must be a dream. Want to try? Yunsheng raised her eyebrows. Hua Yanluo was so frightened that she took a few steps back. She looked as if she wanted to stay as far away from Yunsheng as possible. This inferior celestial fox half-beast human had actually learned 2 celestial fox inheritances in 3 days. This was too unbelievable, was it not? This kind of thing was rare even among purebred breeds. Seeing Hua Yanluo's expression as if she had seen a ghost, Yunsheng only shrugged and went to look for little Yingying and baby. She had been in seclusion for 3 days, and those 2 little guys might have caused some trouble for her. Miss Yunsheng is indeed a hidden doctor. No wonder Lord Hasue wants me to obey her. At this time, Qian Lang was already convinced by Yunsheng. Qin Yu looked at them from the side, and her heart was filled with hatred as if a few cat claws were scratching it. Why could this woman obtain 2 celestial fox inheritances in one go and learn them in one go? They were both half-beast humans. Qin Yu naturally thought that it was because these 2 celestial fox inheritances were easy to learn. Even she could learn them in one go. Qin Yu was filled with hatred. That night, she wrote a letter and quietly sent it to Elder Lu. After reading the letter, Elder Lu's expression became even more unpleasant. Grandpa, when are you going to avenge me? Lu Xueyu's face was full of resentment. Her injuries had almost recovered after Elder Lu's treatment. However, her right hand was destroyed by the terrible power of dark magic. Even the most powerful witch doctor in the Celestial Fox tribe could not treat it. When she heard the news, Lu Xueyu almost went crazy. Fortunately, Elder Lu promised that he would not let go of that bastard from Tsangdu, so she regained some rationality. Xueyu, that celestial fox half-beast human is not as simple as you think. I'm afraid there's a change in our plan. Do you remember how long it took you to learn the celestial fox inheritance, Yama's fox claw? Elder Lu was still holding the letter in his hand, and his face was livid. Chapter 12-15. Xueyu has been learning it for more than a year. Among all the disciples of the Hua clan, her learning speed is in the top 3. Grandfather, why are you asking this? Do you think that bastard can learn the Yama fox claw? Lu Xueyu said proudly. There was a reason why Elder Lu doted on her so much. She learned the Yama fox claw very quickly. Lu Xueyu also had another celestial fox inheritance. Having 2 celestial fox inheritances at such a young age, she was definitely in the top ranks among the young men and women of the celestial fox tribe. Before Elder Lu received Qin Yu's letter, Lu Xueyu had never thought that the bastard celestial fox could learn the inheritance. The cultivation of the Yama fox claw, in addition to comprehension, also required a large amount of beast blood and elixirs to soak one's hands. Only after many years could one achieve some success. Therefore, in Lu Xueyu's opinion, even if the bastard could learn it, it would take at least 10 years. As for that B*****, it was impossible for her to survive the selection of saintess of the heavenly fox tribe. She was not as stupid as Hua Yen Luo. She was confident. Taking out the Yama fox claw meant that she was confident that the other party could not have learned it. The Yama fox claw was not comparable to the celestial fox inheritance. According to the ancestor of the Hua clan, if the Yama fox claw was cultivated to the highest level, it could tear open the sky with its bare hands and pierce through the chest of a martial god. Of course, among the generations of celestial fox, only the ancestor who created the celestial fox inheritance could reach such a level. Even Elder Lu's Yama fox claw had not reached such a level. The bastard celestial fox you mentioned, she spent 3 days to learn the Yama fox claw. To be exact, she spent 3 days to learn the Yama fox claw and the fox's traceless shadow. Elder Lu's hand was full of fighting spirit. The letter was crushed into powder. Impossible. Lu Xueyu was speechless. That bastard, how could it be? There are only 2 possibilities for this matter. Firstly, she really did learn the 2 legacies of celestial fox. Secondly, she was lying. If she was lying, this matter would be easy to deal with. But if what she said was true? Learning 2 celestial fox techniques in 3 days. If this news spreads, you won't be able to take revenge. Elder Lu knew very well that such a genius had not appeared in the celestial fox tribe for many years. Putting aside the holy maiden for marriage, it was only a few months until the next Bakra Orcs competition. The celestial fox tribe had been ranked last among the Bakra Orcs for 500 years. The other beast clans had publicly criticized the celestial fox tribe for not having the right to retain the title of Bakra Orcs. They even thought that the other beast clans in the 8 wastelands could challenge the Bakra Orcs as long as they were strong enough. Hu Qianqiu and the Elders Guild urgently needed a true celestial fox genius to reverse the situation. Grandfather, that bastard isn't a genius. She caused your granddaughter to become a cripple. I want revenge. Lu Xueyu was agitated. Xueyu, grandfather loves you the most. Don't worry, grandfather won't let that woman have an easy time. I've already asked around. That woman hasn't left her house these few days, so it's hard to do anything to her. But she still has a herbalist and a weak magical beast under her. Grandfather has already ordered people to capture them. When the time comes, that bastard will be at our mercy. Elder Lu sneered. This was Hu City. No one could live so freely after offending the Lu clan. Under Elder Lu's command, a few celestial fox soldiers threw a pink magical beast and a small celestial fox half-beast man in. Bo Bo, you bastards! Bo Bo sheep cursed loudly. There were a few pieces of black paper stuck on its body. Little Ying had already been knocked unconscious and tied up. This sheep has some tricks up its sleeves. It said that even a magic prison can't hold it. I specially used a shaman talisman made by the great witch doctor to trap it. Elder Lu kicked Bo Bo sheep. This sheep had cost him a lot of effort. It was said that it had killed 2 celestial fox soldiers on the spot and scratched a celestial fox general's face. It was clearly a sheep, but it could speak human language. Who knew what kind of mutated magical beast it was? If it wasn't for the fact that it still had some use, Elder Lu really wanted to hand it over to the great witch doctor and have him dissect it to see what kind of monster it was. With them in our hands, that slut will definitely die at my hands. I'll slice off her flesh piece by piece and crush her bones piece by piece. I'll make her die an incomparably miserable death, said Lu Shuiyu hatefully. No, Shuiyu, Grandpa has his own arrangements for this matter. That half-beast bastard can't die for the time being. Elder Lu's face was full of deep meaning. Bo Bo Sheep looked at Elder Lu's appearance from the side and was extremely anxious. But no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't break through the paper talisman on its body. Dear Master, you must not be fooled. Bo Bo Sheep silently said in its heart. Yunsheng waited in the inn until the lanterns were lit, but Bo Bo Sheep and little Ying still didn't come back. She faintly felt that something was wrong. Could it be that something had happened while she was in seclusion? Yunsheng tried to contact Bo Bo Sheep, but she couldn't feel any aura of Bo Bo Sheep. Only then did Yunsheng become anxious. Bo Bo Sheep was Yunsheng's life contract beast. Logically speaking, as long as Bo Bo Sheep was still in the Ba Huang continent, Yunsheng should be able to feel its aura. A similar situation had never happened before. Yunsheng could only look for Qianlang. Qianlang immediately ordered people to go out and search. Until the next morning, there was still no news of Bo Bo Sheep and little Ying. Yunsheng understood that something must have happened to Bo Bo and little Ying. Just as she had expected, around noon, someone delivered a letter. The letter was sent by Elder Lu. It said that Bo Bo Sheep and little Ying were in his hands. If Yunsheng wanted to save them, she had to go to Elder Lu's residence alone in the afternoon. After Qian Lang and the others learned of this, they hoped to accompany Yunsheng. No, this matter is a personal grudge between me and Elder Lu. It shouldn't involve Tsangdu and Fengdu. It's enough for me to go alone. Although he was still very worried about Yunsheng's safety, when he thought of the strength that Yunsheng had shown earlier, Qian Lang also knew that he wouldn't be of much help. As promised, Yunsheng went to Elder Lu's residence alone. Bo Bo, as soon as Yunsheng entered Elder Lu's residence, she saw Bo Bo Sheep tied up like a dumpling. There were also some black talismans on its body. It was hung outside Elder Lu's residence. As for little Ying, she was not present. Chapter 12:16. It was noon and the sun was high up in the sky. The pitiful baby sheep's wings were tied and it was hanging upside down outside Elder Lu's residence. Its wings drooped and there was a rag stuffed in its mouth. It looked miserable. When it saw its master, tears flowed out of its black beady eyes like a waterfall. Elder Lu and Lu Shuiyu stood stiffly at the side. There were several deep scars on Elder Lu's face. The grandfather-granddaughter pair had kidnapped baby sheep and little Ying. Logically speaking, they should be very smug. However, Yunsheng noticed that the two of them looked emaciated and had heavy dark circles under their eyes. When the grandfather and granddaughter saw that Yunsheng had really come alone, their expressions were very different. Elder Lu narrowed his eyes and his expression was unreadable. He secretly sized up Yunsheng. Lu Shuiyu, on the other hand, was so angry that the roots of her teeth were sore and she almost chewed them to pieces. When Yunsheng saw that baby sheep was bullied to this extent, the anger in her heart surged. Elder Lu, I'm here. Let go of my demonic beast and herb gatherer first. I can let it go, but you have to promise that this damn thing will shut up. At the mention of baby sheep, the veins on Elder Lu's temples throbbed. Elder Lu was a purebred celestial fox and was also from the 8 Wastelands continent. He had encountered all kinds of demonic beasts on the continent. Before he met the popping sheep, he had always thought that the large-sized wizard beasts that roamed the wilderness were the most troublesome to deal with. Who would have thought that after capturing this magical beast, he would realize that his previous view was completely wrong. Last night, after Elder Lu had captured the sheep and the herb-gathering boy, he had planned to interrogate the popping sheep for more information about Yunsheng. After all, Qin Yu did not know much about Yunsheng's background. Elder Lu had to first confirm the relationship between Yunsheng and Sangdu, who knew that after this damn thing was captured, although its body was restrained with a witchcraft talisman, it howled and screamed for the entire night. It was already polite to describe that voice as demonic and brainwashing. That terrifying sound startled everyone in Elder Lu's residence. The younger ones had nightmares, while the older ones couldn't sleep. For the entire night, no one in Elder Lu's residence slept a wink, from humans to chickens and dogs. This was only one night. If it were to continue for another 10 days to half a month, the Lu residence would really be in chaos. Furthermore, this damn thing was shockingly strong. Although it wasn't easy for it to move, whenever someone approached it, it would spit out a bunch of profanities. It wasn't until dawn that Elder Lu and a few celestial fox soldiers stopped the sheep's mouth, giving them some peace and quiet. Seeing Elder Lu and Lu Shuayu's ugly expressions, Yun Sheng, who was well aware of Elder Lu's and Lu Shuayu's temperament, twitched her mouth and resisted the urge to burst into laughter. "Bo Bo, I'm here. No one will bully you anymore. Don't cry." Yun Sheng nodded at the sheep. Only then did Elder Lu remove the rag on Bo Bo's mouth with a look of lingering fear. "Ying Ying, dear master. This old turtle and his granddaughter kidnapped Bo Bo and little Ying Ying. They even hid little Ying Ying." Although Bo could speak, those strange talismans on its body hadn't been removed. It still couldn't fly normally and could only be held in Elder Lu's hands. It flapped its wings continuously and cursed this old turtle 1,000 times in its heart. Yun Sheng frowned. The meaning of Elder Lu's threat was already very obvious. They deliberately hid little Ying Ying so that Yun Sheng would have some misgivings. "Elder Lu, let them go. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Yun Sheng was secretly annoyed. She was too anxious for success. These days, she only cared about learning the celestial fox inheritance and didn't consider the safety of Bo and Ying Ying. "Let her go. That's too easy for you. You caused Shuayu to lose one of her hands. This old man should kill you to avenge her." Elder Lu was angry. However, this old man isn't someone who haggles over every detail. "Let's both take a step back. As long as you agree to represent Fengdu in this Saintess selection ceremony and successfully become the Saintess, this old man can let this person and beast go." Elder Lu had previously thought that Yun Sheng was Tsangdu's Saintess candidate. It wasn't until he colluded with Qin Yu that he learned from Qin Yu that Yun Sheng wasn't the Saintess candidate. Her true identity was just a female doctor sent by Canghai to accompany the army. Elder Lu was very cunning. His granddaughter, Lu Shuayu, had lost one of her hands and could no longer participate in the Saintess selection ceremony. For a while, Elder Lu couldn't find a suitable candidate to replace Lu Shuayu. Elder Lu had an idea. Why not let Yun Sheng take Lu Shuayu's place and participate in the Saintess selection ceremony? "Grandfather, you're letting her take my place in the Saintess selection ceremony?" Lu Shuayu almost fainted when she heard this. Had her grandfather gone senile? How was this avenging her? This bitch was going to take her place in the Celestial Fox Saintess selection ceremony? "Shuayu, grandfather has his own plans. Now that you're injured, one of the 3 Saintess candidates in Fengdu is missing. For the sake of the big picture, someone must take your place." Elder Lu didn't want to do this either. However, as an elder from Fengdu, he had to consider the interests of Fengdu's bloodline. Although Lu Yunshuang from the Ice Fox bloodline was one of the extremely rare celestial fox Saintess candidates in Fengdu, that girl surnamed Lu had a cold temperament and was indifferent to his orders. Even if such a person became the celestial fox Saintess in the future, Elder Lu wouldn't benefit much. Therefore, he would rather choose someone he could control. He had something on this female doctor in front of him, so he wasn't worried that she wouldn't compromise. "I'll never agree to let her take my place." Lu Shuayu stomped her feet angrily and ran out. Elder Lu sighed. Shuayu's temper had been spoiled. Yun Sheng was also confused. She couldn't take Lu Shuayu's place in the Saintess selection ceremony because she had no interest in becoming the Celestial Fox Saintess. Secondly, if the other members of the Celestial Fox tribe saw her face, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. She was only here to send the ashes. How did she cause so much trouble? However, Yun Sheng also understood that she was now deeply involved. It wouldn't be easy to get rid of it. However, if Elder Lu thought that he could control her at will, then he was gravely mistaken. Elder Lu, I hate it when people threaten me. I'm not interested, and I won't participate in the selection of the Saintess of the Heavenly Fox tribe on behalf of Fengdu. Yun Sheng flatly rejected Elder Lu. Don't you care about the life and death of your magical beast and that little girl? Elder Lu smiled maliciously, but his smile didn't last long. Yun Sheng's figure suddenly flashed. Like a bolt of lightning, she swept in front of him. Chapter 12-17. It wasn't that he hadn't fought before, but he had never seen anyone fight with a hostage in hand. Were hostages worthless these days? Although Elder Lu was shocked, the older the ginger, the spicier it was. Violent fighting energy exploded from his body. Yama Fox Claw. Elder Lu roared and used the Lu family's family heirloom, the Celestial Fox technique. Although they were both Yama Fox Claws, Lu Shuayu's and Elder Lu's were completely different. Elder Lu's hand swayed and the fox claw was like an old tree with its roots. The sharp claws tore through the air and stabbed toward Yun Sheng. His and Yun Sheng's figures intertwined and quickly separated. The moment the two of them intertwined, Elder Lu saw a silver light flash before his eyes. Boom! Powerful energy waves collided and the two figures retreated more than 10 steps at the same time. Elder Lu originally thought that victory was in his grasp. However, when he collided with Yun Sheng, he was surprised to discover that the kissing sheep that he had been holding in his hand had disappeared. On the other side, Yun Sheng's right hand had also turned into a fox claw that was also filled with powerful energy waves. However, compared to Elder Lu's ferocious blood-stained fox claw, Yun Sheng's Yama fox claw was different. Yun Sheng's fox claw was sparkling and translucent like jade, like a jade carving. As she hadn't cultivated for a long time, Yun Sheng's Yama fox claw was slightly weaker than Elder Lu's. At this moment, a wound could be faintly seen on the jade-like sharp fox claw, and blood was seeping out. Although Yun Sheng was slightly weaker in terms of strength, she had the upper hand in terms of speed. Just now, when she took Elder Lu's claw head-on, she cleverly snatched the baby sheep back. His granddaughter, Lu Shuayu, had cultivated for many years before she could master the Yama fox claw. This beast man, at this moment, there was nothing but shock in Elder Lu's heart. She was actually faster than him. Elder Lu could also tell at a glance that Yun Sheng was using the Yama fox claw. She had really learned Yama's fox claw. Elder Lu was incomparably shocked. It seemed that what Qin Yu had said wasn't a lie. This little bastard from Blue Du had really learned the Yama fox claw in a short 3 days. He would never have thought that there was a reason why Yun Sheng could learn Yama's demon's claw so quickly. It was because Yun Sheng had once practiced Trillium Hand. The Trillium Hand left behind by the Yen clan's ancestor was meant to increase the hand speed of the Yen clan's descendants during acupuncture and surgery. However, when Yun Sheng practiced the Yama fox claw, she realized that as long as she combined the Trillium Hand and the Yama fox claw, she could achieve an unexpected effect. This was also why she was able to master the Yama fox claw so quickly. Furthermore, in terms of hand speed, she was even faster than Elder Lu. It seemed that she had only learned for 3 days, but in fact, she had already learned Trillium Hand for decades in Yun Sheng's 2 lives. Hence, in terms of hand speed, there were not many people in the boundless world and the 8 wastelands who could match up to Yun Sheng. After Yun Sheng snatched Bo Bo back, she glanced at Bo Bo worriedly. Seeing that it wasn't seriously injured, she heaved a sigh of relief. Little bastard, you do have some skills. So what if you have saved your fiend? Don't forget that I still have your herb gatherer boy in my hands. Elder Lu stabilized himself after his hostage was snatched away and said calmly. Oh. Are you sure that he is still in your hands? Yunxing brushed her hair with a look of disdain. Could it be? Elder Lu was shocked. Could it be? Don't worry. I said that I would come alone, so I will definitely come alone. I didn't bring any helpers from Blue Dew, Yunxing's black eyes flashed. So what if you brought helpers? To tell you the truth, that herb gatherer boy is locked in the secret chamber. Without my presence, no one can save him. Elder Lu sneered. Behind him, there was the sound of bodies falling to the ground. A few guards of the Lu residence were thrown out. Lu Xueyu, who had run out earlier, was now in the hands of Yunsheng with a pale face. What? You? Elder Lu's smile froze on his face. He looked at Yunsheng in front of him, then looked behind him at the masked woman who looked exactly like Yunsheng. Grandfather, that is Celestial Fox's clone. This bastard must have learned the Hua family's traceless fox. Lu Xueyu ran out in a fit of anger just now. However, just as she ran out of the courtyard, she felt her vision darken. A ghostly figure landed in front of her. That figure was none other than Yunsheng. Elder Lu and Lu Xueyu then realized that on the one hand, Yunsheng had come to meet Elder Lu. On the other hand, she had used another Yunsheng to hide in the Lu residence to find Yingying's whereabouts. Yunsheng had come to the Lu residence alone, so she had been on guard against Elder Lu's tricks. However, her clone Yunsheng searched the Lu residence but couldn't find little Yingying. At this moment, Lu Xueyu ran out and caught her in the act. Elder Lu, now we both have hostages in our hands. However, in your eyes, Lu Xueyu's life is much more valuable than my herb gatherer boy. Yunsheng stood aside with a smile. Elder Lu trembled with anger. He had been in the Celestial Fox tribal nation for so many years, but no one had ever dared to treat him like this. This damned Celestial Fox bastard. However, no matter how much he hated her, Elder Lu understood that now that Yunsheng had mastered the Yama Fox's claw and Fox's traceless shadow, as well as Celestial Fox's clone, if they really fought, he wasn't confident that he could rescue his granddaughter unscathed. Elder Lu had no choice but to turn around and go to the secret room to bring little Yingying out. Master! Little Yingying was scared out of her wits, locked in the secret room. However, in order not to worry Yunsheng, she could only hold back the tears in her eyes. I've brought her here. I'll count to 3, and we'll release her at the same time. Elder Lu's face was ashen. He picked up little Yingying. On the other side, Celestial Fox's clone Yunsheng also picked up Lu Xueyu. Both sides walked forward. Yunsheng was vigilant. Fortunately, Elder Lu didn't play any tricks. Elder Lu, Yunsheng, will definitely remember what happened today. Yunsheng narrowed her eyes. With one hand holding little Yingying and the other holding little Yingying, she was about to retreat. However, at this moment, there was a loud bang outside the Lu mansion. A huge magic array enveloped the Lu mansion. Ha ha ha, little bastard, do you really think that the Lu mansion is a place where you can come and go as you please? Today, either you agree to my conditions, or you die here. Elder Lu said eerily. He had already set up an inescapable net outside the mansion. If I want to leave, no one can stop me. After Yunsheng finished speaking, waves of terrifying hellfire of the Divine Lotus appeared around her. As the hellfire of the Divine Lotus spoke, the magic waves in the magic array were instantly burned into holes. TSK, you have a lot of tricks. Don't you care about the life and death of the person and beast beside you? After Elder Lu finished speaking, little Yingying and little Yingying both let out painful cries. Chapter 12:18. Baby sheep and little Yingying's condition didn't seem right. When she rescued them earlier, Yunxing had already noticed that they weren't injured, but in addition to the ropes, there were also black talisman-like things on their bodies. Yunxing didn't pay attention to them earlier, but just now, those black talisman-like things suddenly drilled into Baby Sheep and Little Ying's bodies. Baby Sheep and Little Ying felt a piercing pain in their bodies, and Little Ying couldn't help but cry. Baby Sheep's face turned red, and bean-sized beads of sweat soaked its soft wool. Yunxing hurriedly checked on the two, but the woman and the beast didn't seem to be poisoned or injured. Even with the Shinong eye, Yunxing could only sense that there was a mysterious power in their bodies that was constantly moving. It was also this force that made the woman and the beast feel as if they were being cut into pieces. Little Ying was a human, and this strange force affected her. Yunxing could understand. But why would Baby Sheep have such a big reaction? Baby Sheep was a world deity. Although it hadn't fully grown, it had always been alive and kicking, except for when it was hatched, when it was seriously injured. Ordinary combat skills and magic were nothing to Baby Sheep. But the strange force formed by the mysterious black talisman was like Baby Sheep's nemesis, causing Baby Sheep so much pain that it wanted to die. Little Ying's body was weak, and it didn't take long for it to pass out. Don't think that you're the only one with a trump card. You saved them, but I've cast a witchcraft talisman on them. This kind of talisman can only be found in the Celestial Fox clan, and no one in the world can remove it. Elder Lu laughed. Baby Sheep only felt that the strange force in its body was tearing at its organs, and its body was about to explode. Enough. Yunxing spat out 2 words when she saw Baby Sheep and Little Ying in pain. Ha ha ha, if you agree, I have an antidote here. Take it every 10 days, and it will ensure the woman and the beast's safety. However, if they did not comply, the pain would flare up once a day. On the 10th day, the monstrous power would burst out of their bodies, causing them to explode and die. I know you're a female doctor, but this antidote is a witchcraft. It's impossible for you to cure it, Elder Lu said proudly. At this point, he did not believe that Yunxing would not compromise. Dear Master, Bo is useless. Bo Sheep was dying. This was the first time he hated someone so much. It was a world deity beast, but it was always a burden to its master. Hey, it's not your fault. Yunxing looked up with a burning gaze. Suddenly, the divine lotus karmic fire in her body exploded like a flash flood. Bang bang bang, countless azura heavenly thorns rained down from the sky. The enraged Yunxing instantly tore apart the entire magic array in front of Elder Lu and Lu Xueyu. The entire Lu residence was devastated, as if it had experienced a thunderstorm. I will join Plentiful City and participate in the Saintess selection on behalf of Lu Xueyu. After I succeed, give me the antidote immediately. Otherwise, I'll kill everyone in the Lu residence. Little Ying and Bo were like family to Yunxing. This time, Elder Lu had completely violated Yunxing's bottom line. If it were not for the mysterious black talisman that Yunxing could not break, she would not have agreed to Elder Lu's request so sullenly. Seeing that Yunxing had agreed, Elder Lu threw her 2 bottles of medicine. He would give the rest of the medicine to Yunxing in batches after 10 days. After receiving the antidote, Yunxing left with Bo Sheep and Little Ying, leaving the Lu residence in ruins. Although he successfully threatened Yunxing to agree to his conditions, Elder Lu was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. This woman's strength was really terrifying. Thinking about it later, Elder Lu was still a little scared. Grandpa, are you really letting her participate in the Celestial Fox Saintess selection? But her strength, what if she doesn't listen to us? Lu Xueyu was also scared out of her wits. Only now did she realize how lucky she was that only one of her hands was destroyed that day. That Celestial Fox bitch, the woman surnamed Yun, was many times stronger than the other Saintess candidates in Sangdu. Even if she was just an inferior half-beast, it would not hinder her from being selected in the end. No wonder Grandpa let her represent Plentiful City first. At this time, Elder Lu was also full of doubts. It was said that Sangdu's military counselor, He Sui, was unparalleled in wisdom. How could he give up such an outstanding candidate and let someone else represent Sangdu? Shuayu, that was just a temporary measure. That witchcraft amulet is not an ordinary thing. In fact, even I only asked for 3 from the great witch doctor. As for whether the witchcraft amulet has an antidote, only the great witch doctor knows. Elder Lu snorted. You! This woman was a scourge after all. If she really did not listen in the end, he would ask the great witch doctor to personally take action. He did not believe that the great witch doctor, who had mysterious powers, would not be able to subdue a lowly half-beast. As soon as Yun Sheng walked out of the Lu mansion, she first checked the 2 bottles of medicine that Elder Lu had given her. She found that the 2 bottles of medicine were colorless and odorless. She could not tell what they were made of. However, after drinking the medicine, Popping Sheep and Little Yingying's condition did improve a lot. Just as Yun Sheng was about to ask Popping Sheep and Little Yingying about the details, her ears twitched slightly. Come out. Yun Sheng shielded Little Yingying and Popping Sheep in front of her and suddenly spoke. A person walked out from behind her. When she saw the person, Yun Sheng was stunned. This person was Lu Yunshuang of the Ice Fox clan, whom Yun Sheng had met once at the inn earlier. It's you. Why are you following me? Yun Sheng had sharp senses and had long noticed that someone was following her. She had thought that it was Elder Lu's subordinate, but she did not expect that the person following her would be Lu Yunshuang. You don't have to try. That antidote was made by the great witch doctor of the Celestial Fox tribe. No one else in the world can make it except for her, Lu Yunshuang said calmly. She was no different from a few days ago. Her face was still as cold as ice. The moment she got close to her, the temperature around her dropped by a few degrees. Why are you telling me this? Yun Sheng was on guard. Lu Yunshuang was one of the representatives of Feng City. Yun Sheng did not think that she would be so kind. I'm not your enemy. I can help you become the Saintess of Celestial Fox. Lu Yunshuang's words stunned Yun Sheng. You're also one of the candidates for the position of Saintess. Becoming the Saintess should be your wish, right? Yun Sheng did not believe Lu Yunshuang. Not everyone wants to become the Saintess of Celestial Fox. Everyone thinks that being the Saintess of Celestial Fox is an honor, but they don't know that the status of the Saintess of Celestial Fox is also a burden. The previous Saintess of Celestial Fox was the best example, Lu Yunshuang said calmly. Chapter 12-19. You knew the previous Celestial Fox Saintess? Yun Sheng could not help but take a few more glances at Lu Yunshuang when she heard this. Lu Yunshuang of the Ice Fox tribe was just like her name. She was cold and indifferent to everyone at any time. I didn't know her, but I've heard some things about her. If she wasn't the Celestial Fox Saintess, she would probably be much happier. Indeed, if she was human or born on another continent, everything would be different. Yun Sheng could not help but sigh. She could not help but think about how she and Hu Xing's mothers were both hatched from the same beast blood cloud. If their mothers had been swapped back then, would her and Hu Xing's fates have been changed as well? However, there were never too many ifs in this world. I don't want to be some saintess. My only condition for helping you is that after everything is done, you help me dissolve my ice fox physique. Lu Yunshuang glanced at Yun Sheng a few times. She did not know why Yun Sheng would suddenly become so emotional. Lu Yunshuang also knew that Elder Lu and his granddaughter had captured Popping Sheep and Little Yingying. She had thought that Yun Sheng would succumb to Elder Lu's pressure. Who would have thought that the Lu mansion would be razed to the ground by the furious Yun Sheng? Lu Yunshuang could not help but look at Yun Sheng in a new light. In the entire Celestial Fox tribal nation, not many people had the guts that Yun Sheng did. This also confirmed Lu Yunshuang's earlier guess. That day, when Lu Yunshuang saw Yunsheng use only a few needles to remove the ice from Qin Yu's body, she wanted to find an opportunity to ask Yunsheng if she could help her. If Yunsheng could help her, she could help Yunsheng defeat the other competitors in the upcoming Celestial Fox Saintess selection and come out on top. To Lu Yunshuang, whether or not the capital was plentiful did not matter at all. The Ice Fox clan had always been wandering around the periphery of the Celestial Fox tribal nation. For so many years, the Celestial Fox tribal nation had never cared about the life and death of the Ice Fox clan. This time, Lu Yunshuang was representing Fengdu in the competition because Elder Lu had done her a favor before. However, no matter how much money he had, it was nothing compared to improving the Ice Fox's physique. Improve your physique. Are you talking about improving your body's constitution that freezes when you touch others? Yunsheng had cured countless diseases, but she had never heard of a body that could be cured. Moreover, the Ice Fox physique was Lu Yunshuang's trump card. Why would she want to change her physique? I have a sweetheart. He's a human. A rare blush appeared on Lu Yunshuang's face. This shyness made her, who was originally as cold as snow, gain a strange kind of beauty. Lu Yunshuang lived in the Ice Fox tribe's tribe, which was adjacent to the human tribe. She had lived with the human tribe since she was young. There, she met a human ancient martial art practitioner. The two of them loved each other, but due to Lu Yunshuang's constitution, she could not be with that man. That man had been frostbitten by Lu Yunshuang a few times. It was also because of this that his family and friends objected to him being with Lu Yunshuang. We don't even have intimate actions between lovers. Although he said he didn't mind, I do. I heard that the Great Witch Doctor in the Celestial Fox tribe has amazing medical skills, so I want her to help me change my physique. Lu Yunshuang sighed. She did not want her lover to suffer again. She had accepted Elder Lu's invitation to represent Fengdu in the competition because Elder Lu had a close relationship with the Great Witch Doctor. Through Elder Lu's recommendation, she met the Great Witch Doctor. However, after examining Lu Yunshuang's constitution, the Great Witch Doctor told her regretfully that even she could not change the constitution of the Ice Fox tribe. When Lu Yunshuang found out, she was very upset. She had planned to return to the Ice Fox tribe and break up with her lover after participating in the Celestial Fox Saintess selection. However, at this moment, Yunsheng appeared. Although she did not know where Yunsheng came from, her miraculous acupuncture technique gave Lu Yunshuang a glimmer of hope in her despair. I see. My acupuncture technique can solve many difficult and complicated diseases, but I have never tried to improve one's constitution. Yunsheng could not guarantee that she would be able to help Lu Yunshuang. However, Lu Yunshuang's deep affection for that human male reminded Yunsheng of her relationship with Night Fox. Speaking of which, the situation was somewhat similar to her relationship with Night Fox. Night Fox and she could not be together because of the ancient curse of the Kirin clan, while Lu Yunshuang could not be together because of her constitution. Just give it a try. If you fail, I won't blame you. When Lu Yunshuang saw that Yunsheng had agreed, her face lit up. By the way, you mentioned the Great Witch Doctor just now. Are you sure that the Great Witch Doctor was the one who put those black talismans on Baby Goat and Yingying? Yunsheng had heard about it since she came to the 8 Wilderness Continent. On the 8 Wilderness Continent, healers only treated the most basic injuries. Here, there were only regular healers and witch doctors. The status of witch doctors was much higher than that of regular healers. In particular, the witch doctors in the Celestial Fox tribe had the same status as the chief and saintess. In the Celestial Fox tribe, the chief of the Celestial Fox people, the Great Witch Doctor, the Council of Elders, and the Celestial Fox Saintess were once known as the 4 poles of the Celestial Fox tribe. However, because the previous Celestial Fox Saintess, Hu Sheng, could not practice magic, the status of the Celestial Fox Saintess had plummeted in the Celestial Fox tribe. The chief, the Great Witch Doctor, and the Council of Elders were now the 3 pillars of power in the Celestial Fox tribe. Lu Yunshuang had seen the black talismans by chance when she was diagnosed by the great witch doctor last time. That was how she recognized them at first glance. I'm sure that the black talismans are the great witch doctor's unique witchcraft. As for these potions, they must have been concocted by the great witch doctor. However, you should give up on the idea of snatching the antidote from the great witch doctor. The great witch doctor is the most unfathomable person in the entire celestial fox tribe. Some say that her strength is comparable to the first priest of the beast god altar. Lu Yunshuang was very smart. She glanced at Yunsheng and reminded her. Although she had only met Yunsheng once, Lu Yunshuang could tell that she was a person who valued friendship. Yunsheng would not listen to her advice. It was also because of the great witch doctor's existence that the celestial fox tribe, the weakest of the three, was able to retain a seat among the Bakra orcs. It was said that the previous celestial fox saintess had been promoted to the position of the celestial fox saintess because of the great witch doctor's recommendation. From this, one could see how high the great witch doctor's status in the celestial fox tribe was. No matter what, I'll definitely use this celestial fox saintess opportunity to meet the great witch doctor. Yunsheng glanced at Popping Sheep and little Yingying, her brows tightly knitted together. Chapter 12-20. After parting ways with Lu Yunshuang, Yunsheng returned to the inn. You want to represent Fengdu in the saintess selection? When they found out that Yunsheng was going to represent Fengdu in the saintess selection, everyone in Sangdu looked at her with displeasure. Although they were both capitals of the celestial fox tribal nation, there was still competition between them. Especially in recent years, Fengdu had always relied on its status as the wealthiest capital city to seize a lot of resources. The previous competition between Sangdu and Fengdu had caused the two capitals to be on bad terms. Yunsheng was representing Fengdu in the competition at this juncture. In the eyes of everyone in Sangdu, it was undoubtedly a last-minute betrayal. I told you, she's not a good person. The people of Fengdu must have given her some benefits. That's why she's willing to fight for them. Qin Yu began to slander Yunsheng. Qin Yu thought that after she told Elder Lu about Popping Sheep and Yingying's whereabouts, he would seize the opportunity to kill Yunsheng after capturing them. She did not know if Elder Lu's brain had been kicked by a donkey. Not only did he not kill this lowly creature, but he also allowed her to represent Fengdu in the competition. How was this a reward? It was a good thing that fell from the sky. Qin Yu, you know best whether it was me who switched sides or you who did something behind the scenes. Yunsheng glanced coldly at Qin Yu. Yunsheng had been wondering why Elder Lu had his eyes on Popping Sheep and little Yingying. Lu Yunshuang had warned Yunsheng to be careful of Qin Yu. Yunsheng was representing Fengdu in the competition. The others, including Feng Lian and Hua Yanluo, did not say anything. Only Qin Yu looked indignant. Don't slander me. Who do you think you are? You just won a competition. Let me tell you, a lowly half-beast human like you won't even make it past the first round, let alone enter the official competition later on. Qin Yu's expression changed slightly. She was afraid that others would see through her collusion with Elder Lu. That's right. This time, the fence-sitter is right. Yun, no matter what your reason is, you're representing Fengdu in the competition. From today onwards, we are competitors. Seeing that we are on the same team, I advise you not to go and make a fool of yourself, lest you get eliminated in the first round. Hua Yanluo also stepped forward. The first round? Due to her closed-door training, Yunsheng was very uninformed. In addition, she had no intention of participating in the Celestial Fox Saintess selection ceremony, so she was completely unaware of the details of the Celestial Fox Saintess selection ceremony. He didn't even know the details of the Saintess selection for Celestial Fox. Yunsheng had even missed the registration for the Celestial Fox Saintess selection. However, Elder Lu had already used some means to change Lu Shuiyu's name to Yunsheng. The first round of the competition is about bloodline. Speaking of which, do you know which branch of celestial fox you belong to? Feng Lian asked indifferently. Yun Sheng was stumped by the question. Since it was the celestial fox saintess selection ceremony, the most basic requirement was naturally to have celestial fox bloodline. There were many clans in the celestial fox tribe. Then what bloodline do you belong to? Yun Sheng had never heard Hu Jiusheng talk about bloodlines. Or rather, Hu Jiusheng, who had been hatched from the beast blood cloud, did not know about bloodlines. The celestial fox tribe divides the bloodline into grades from 1 to 6. Naturally, one tail is the lowest bloodline. The higher the bloodline goes, the higher the bloodline of the celestial fox bloodline. For example, the Ice Fox clan that Lu Yunshuang belongs to the five-tailed bloodline. The Lu family that Lu Shuiyu belongs to also has 5 tails. The Hua family that Hua Yen Luo belongs to the 4-tailed bloodline. Qin Yu and I belong to the 3-tailed bloodline. Feng Lian pointed at the few people present. Although the celestial fox saintess selection ceremony this time was the most lenient in history, there was a basic requirement for all the candidates, be they purebred or half-beast humans, to meet the requirements of a 3-tailed celestial fox. Otherwise, there was no way to pass the first round and they would be eliminated immediately. Did you hear that? The celestial fox saintess selection ceremony is not for people like you to participate. Lowly half-beast humans like you who can't even hide your fox ears and tails can only have 2 tails at most. No matter how strong you are, you'll still be eliminated in the first round, Qin Yu mocked. Whether I'll be eliminated or not, we'll know tomorrow. Yun Sheng could not be bothered to argue with Qin Yu. She took Baby Sheep and little Yingying back to her room to rest. After taking the potion, Baby Sheep and little Yingying returned to normal. However, Yun Sheng knew that the mysterious black talisman in their bodies would act up again after 10 days. Elder Lu, great witch doctor, you made Baby Sheep and little Yingying suffer so much. She will not let you off. Yun Sheng's black eyes darkened. She sat down cross-legged and began to meditate. The next morning, Yun Sheng took Baby Sheep and little Yingying to Hu City Square. The first round of the Celestial Fox Saintess selection ceremony would be held here in a few days. When Yun Sheng arrived at the square, it was already crowded with people. The Celestial Fox Saintess selection ceremony was the most eye-catching competition for the people of the Celestial Fox tribal country, except for the Bahuang clan competition. After all, not everyone had the chance to see the Saintess. This time, those who came to participate in the Celestial Fox Saintess selection ceremony were all stunning beauties selected from the 10 major capital cities of the Celestial Fox tribal country. Everyone loved beauty, so there were many people participating in the selection this time. In order to maintain order, there were also a large number of Celestial Fox soldiers in the square. The other 2 Celestial Fox Saintess candidates in Fengdu, Lu Yunshuang and Chen Qi, had been waiting there for a long time. I really don't know what Elder Lu is thinking. He actually let you replace big sister Shuiyu, Chen Qi said angrily when she saw Yun Sheng. The last time Yun Sheng defeated Lu Shuiyu in front of everyone at the inn, Chen Qi still hated her for it. Unlike Lu Yunshuang, Chen Qi and Lu Shuiyu were good friends when they were in Fengdu. This time, Yun Sheng had crippled Lu Shuiyu's hand and even profited from the disaster by replacing Lu Shuiyu. Chen Qi could not swallow this resentment. Fortunately, Chen Qi also thought that a lowly half-beast human like Yun Sheng would not even pass the first round. Oh, look at the Saintess candidate in Fengdu. She still retains her half-beast form. Isn't that so? Hasn't Fengdu always boasted that only purebreds come from Fengdu? What high status and pure bloodline. She hasn't even taken off her fox form. Don't tell me she's a first or second-class celestial fox. There was a burst of chatter in his ears. In the square, the Saintess candidates representing the other capital cities also looked over. Plentiful City was the wealthiest city, and the 3 Saintess candidates were all purebred. Earlier, Lu Shuiyu and Chen Qi had been bossy and domineering. Before the competition began, they had already offended a lot of people and attracted a lot of hatred. You're tuning into the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.